and the converse, but I'm thinking about you. Are you thinking about me too? Vodka soda, way too drunk to call you up. I'm chain smoking, broken, I don't give up. So I'm crying, dancing, swearing I'll forget
What is up, everyone? Can you hear me? I hope it's working. We are in Norway right now, and I am here to commentate my mom. It is very good to see all of you. I am in Stavanger, which is the city in Norway where this tournament is being played. The games have started. I'm a little bit late because I was busy taking cool videos of my mom for my YouTube video that I'm going to make about this round. Because that is right, I'm going to be making daily YouTube recaps of all my mom's games from now on forward in this tournament at the same time as going to be live streaming the games. So I was taking some cool shots for the video. But I'm going to show you how this looks. I am also praying that this works because it's been working all day, but then now when I was checking, it wasn't. So can we all just collectively cross our fingers and pray that this works? Because I'm a little bit worried right now. Okay, I'm going to do a little countdown. I'm so scared. 3, 2, 1. Yes! Oh, wait, sorry. Wait, give me a sec. Wait, give me a sec. I messed it up, but it is working. Wait, give me a sec. Okay, there we go. Okay. Wait, why is it now? Wait. Okay, it's working. Okay, all right, good. Sorry, I got a little bit scared. She's not frozen anymore. I can see Wenjun's eyes blinking. Okay, anyways, it is working. So, everybody, I am very excited because I have traveled to Norway to commentate when my mom is playing one of the strongest chess tournaments in the world, which is Norway Chess. Now, if you don't know what Norway Chess is a huge tournament, which is not really huge because the amount of players that are participating are like super few, but it is one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world. Like, this tournament is stronger than the candidates. Like I really think so. Like the open section tournament is like stronger than the candidates. It's insane. So basically, I think rating wise, it's almost. We have some of the strongest players in the world participating here, and there are 2 sections in this tournament. We have the open section of the tournament, where people such as Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Ding Liren, well, okay, there's only 6 people, I should say all names. Fabiana Caruana, Pragnananda, wait, who's the last one? Did I say all names? Okay, whatever. So, they are all participating in the open section. Oh, Ding Liren. Oh, Alireza. I forgot Alireza. Poor Firusha. I forgot Alireza. Alireza is facing Hikaru today. Yeah. So they are participating. These 6 people are participating in the open section of this tournament. But in the female section of this tournament, we have 6 of the strongest female chess players in the world participating, and one of them is my mom. But I'm telling you, there's 6 people participating here. It's insane. It's a $160,000 tournament, okay? There's the same prize pool in the female section as in the open section. I think the winner of the whole female section will take home over $64,000, which is an insane amount of money. It's a lot of money. So there's a lot on the line here. Now, my mom, she is participating. She got invited to participate, and this is probably the most prestigious tournament she's participated in a very long time. She was so excited when she was going to come here, and today we are arriving at a fantastic day because she's facing female world chess champion Wenjun. My mom is playing as the female world chess champion. Like, what? Like, I think that is insane. I think that is absolutely insane. Oh yeah, you guys cannot see the time. This is because I am the one who set this up and I forgot about this. I've done the setup a little bit differently than in the past. Today, if there's any day that is slightly scuffed, it's going to be today. After today, there's not going to be any scuffness. I can actually probably add the time at some point during today because the round is going to be a long round. It's literally like a classical game. It's going to be very long. And I'm going to be here throughout the rest of this tournament, commentating my mom's games every single day. So you see right now my mom playing, she's facing Wenjun, who's rated 2559, and my mom has had a pretty good tournament. She has had 2 draws in the classical games, and if you draw in the classical game, then what happens is that you end up playing an Armageddon game, which means that if you're white, you must win. If you're black, you can draw or win, but you have less time as black. So my mom has lost both Armageddons, but she's right now tied 4th in the tournament, and she's the lowest rated by far. So my mom is gonna try to do an underdog story in this tournament. Obviously her today, like drawing or winning would be like insane. So we're gonna be following the whole thing. Now I'm gonna very quickly show you the moves that have happened because, you know, we are already a little bit late. My dad is here as well. He's going to be joining the commentary later today. He told me whenever he was bored, he was gonna show up. So my dad is going to be here. My mom is joining after she finishes the game. She's coming in here. She's giving us a post-game interview. She will be giving us some thoughts of her game. So we're gonna be, you know, following the whole thing, and I am very, very, very excited about this. So you should see this, by the way. Like when my mom showed up, like there were all these cameras. She walked the red carpet, and I was taking pictures of her, and I was standing there with a smoothie. And then the camera started filming me and my mom, and I was just drinking my smoothie and like giving my mom a hug. It was the least professional thing I've ever seen on like a red carpet, but the smoothie was really good. So anyways, she's a superstar here, and it's so fun to see. So we're gonna check out how the game has gone so far. So here we have the current position. Like I said, I will add the clocks in a little bit whenever we have a little bit of time. But my mom started playing the move d4. Not a surprise. Now, Wenjun played knight f6, c4, e6, and now knight c3. And this could have become a Nimzo-Indian if bishop b4, but instead, Wenjun played d5. And now this became a queen's gambit declined. And this is exactly what I play. I play this with white. Me and my mom share the same repertoire because my mom is the person who taught me chess. So my mom has taught me like almost all of her openings. So now my mom played bishop g5. You can go for like the exchanged variation here, which is when you capture here on d5 first, but you can also play bishop g5 immediately. And now the idea of this is that you're going to basically say that this bishop is going to be a little bit more stuck here, but at the same time, the idea for black is a lot of times that whenever white tries to move this bishop out, they're going to take here, and then white is going to have to lose a turn and capture back, and then maybe this bishop will go into, I do not understand this computer. Okay, into this diagonal. Why are my arrows not working? There we go, into this diagonal. So, bishop e7, now e3, castles, all of these moves were played really quickly. You see, my mom is going knight f3. She's delaying bringing out this bishop because she doesn't want the opponent to capture here with the tempo. And now h6, asking the bishop where it's going to go. Wait, they played 14 moves. What? Is this a bullet game? So bishop takes f6. My mom didn't want to spend time moving the bishop. She captured on f6, takes, and now rook c1. And the idea of this is that sometimes she's going to be trying to capture here, and then this rook is going to come into play over here. So c6, avoiding the rook looking towards this pawn, and now also it captures. Black would capture back with the e pawn to bring out this bishop over here. You don't really want to capture back with this pawn. So now bishop d3, and now we see finally what I was talking about, that black captured the pawn on c4 because now my mom has lost a turn. The bishop was brought out, but this move matters absolutely nothing because now the bishop has to go here anyways. Knight d7, developing, castles, all of this is theory. And now black typically has an option to go either e5 or c5, but you have to do one of the two moves to break the center. If you don't do any of these moves, black is going to be stuck, and black is just not going to be able to get out their pieces, nor be able to bring out this bishop. And this bishop you have to bring out. So e5 was played, and now my mom went knight e4. What is the idea? The idea is to try to trade this knight for this bishop. Obviously, if black did something random, there'd be knight takes bishop, knight takes, and then pawn takes. You'd win a pawn. So now to avoid all of these problems, Wenjun captured. I'm going fast because these players are playing moves faster than I'm speaking. E takes d4, knight takes f6. My mom wanted to get rid of this bishop before it was too late. This bishop on this diagonal would have been super strong, looking towards this whole diagonal. So knight takes f6, knight takes f6, and now queen takes d4. What is the idea? The idea is that if black goes queen takes d4, my mom will go knight takes d4 and say, hey, Wenjun, it is impossible for me to lose this position. Like, you have to have a superpower to lose this position. Doesn't really matter who you're facing. You do not lose this position as white. It's almost impossible. Like, white is even slightly better here. This knight is just absolutely amazing. This bishop kind of sucks. The only thing that black has is maybe 3v2 over here on this side, which means that in some, like, endgames, it might be slightly favorable, but this you should never lose as white. So obviously Wenjun didn't take there, so she instead went bishop g4 to kind of keep the tension. Also because now if my mom would trade queens, then the rook would be gaining a tempo. So then after queen takes d8, it would be like rook takes d8, and now you've lost the turn. So this is a lot better for black than what it was before. This is still fine for her, but now she needs to consider her options. So here we go. Both players have played with 99% accuracy. My mom has played with 99.9% accuracy. Wenjun has played with 99.7% accuracy. All of this is theory. That's why they're just blitzing out the moves. I have a feeling that my mom is very comfortable right now because she spent almost no time thinking. Like, her clock is on 1 hour 50. Wenjun has spent a little bit more time. So I have a feeling that my mom is feeling really confident. And I have to say something. Today, like, I arrived today here. And I will be very honest with you, I had 4 hours of sleep today. So, if you're like, Anna, why do you have a little bit of dark circles under your eyes? I'm a little bit tired. But that is not the point. The point here, I'm gonna add the clock, by the way. The point here is that I met my mom and I was super tired, and you know, my mom said, oh, Anna, you look a little bit tired, like my mom always does when I look tired. But my mom was radiating happiness. She was just so happy, and I could tell that she was feeling really good. So I think that she's feeling really good this tournament. She didn't seem stressed. She didn't seem nervous. She just seemed very happy and confident. And I think that was really cool. So yeah, so I'm really happy to see her in her element, kind of thriving, I feel like. I'm going to add the clocks so that you can see them, because I am sure that you want some clocks. But there you can see my mom. She's right now having her face of calculating. You see that my mom, she brings her glasses. She brings her just 2. She right now has 2, like, what's the name? Lipsil, like lip balms. As you can see over there, she has her water, she has her glasses cleaner. Like, this is always, she has some tea or whatever she has. This is the routine of my mom. She has to bring these things: lip balm, tea, water, glasses cleaner. Like, this is what she brings every single time that she's playing in a tournament. So I'm happy to see her bringing all these things. Yeah. It's really fun to see. I'm gonna add the clocks real quick. Wait, should I do this? Wait, sorry. I'm gonna leak stuff if I don't do it like this. Give me just literally like 1 minute, okay? I'm going to be the fastest person ever, and I'm going to add the clocks so fast, okay? So fast, because otherwise there's a risk that I leak something, and that would be very sad. So, bam, bam. Literally, if you count to 20, the clocks are gonna be there. Okay, let me do a little challenge. Count to 20, and I am telling you the clocks will be there. Okay, there we go. There we have 1 clock. And there we have... Don't count too fast, okay? Do not count too fast. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. These are being very fast seconds. These are being very fast seconds. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, are these clocks a little bit scuffed? Maybe. Gonna make them look nice. Oops. Oops. Okay. Let me just put them over here. And you will be able to see the times that they have right now. Amazing, 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 amazing. All right, so there we have the clocks. So, my mom is taking right now quite a big think because I think she's considering a few different things. What is she considering? She's considering keeping the queens. Number one, what happens if she goes something like queen f4, okay? What happens then? Well, what happens is that she gets to keep the queens. She's threatening to go rook d1, but what could perhaps be a little bit worrisome is, well, maybe she's probably analyzing what happens if bishop takes knight, queen takes knight, and then something like this. But this, to me, doesn't really look that scary, to be honest. So I like the move queen f4. She's also probably considering what happens if she trades queens, this and this, but this is what we were saying. This would probably be completely equal. But the problem is that maybe then Wenjun can take this knight, and then my mom will get these double pawns, and maybe she will forever be slightly worse then, because these pawns are going to be a little bit weak, etc. So that could be a problem. Then maybe here Wenjun would play a5 and then try to start advancing over here. So that could be a problem. So I think she's thinking about those two moves. There's no really other place to go with the queen. Any other place with the queen is going to get kicked out. So if she moves the queen, it has to be to f4. Queen c5 doesn't really make any sense either. So I think those are the moves that she kind of has to think about. Also, if you have any questions about any position at any point, I am reading chat all the time. I love my mother when she does commentary. She doesn't really read chat, okay? I'm going to be reading chat. So if you have any questions about any position, just ask me. We are in this together, and I am going to, do my very best to explain this game as well as possible. We're also going to be having predictions. We're going to be having a lot of things. So the point here is that in the normal broadcasts, people aren't really just following my mom's games. They're following all games, obviously. But in this channel, we are primarily going to be following my mom's game. And I've gotten access to her camera, which I think is really cool. So that is what I'm really, really excited about. But I'm thinking here, thank you for reviewing your legendary mom's game. What does the engine say? The engine says a few different things. The engine likes these two moves, which I'm going to be completely honest with you. What I will be doing is that I will be saying a lot of lines that the engine is saying because I am not better than my mom. I cannot figure out the best moves in these positions like engines can, but I will explain to you why the engine thinks something. So we're going to be following a lot of what the engine is saying, but I will be explaining to you why the engine is saying certain things. This is also, once again, round number 3. So she has already played 2 rounds. She has 2 draws so far. And today, if she's able to score any point, any half a point, any point, it's going to be like the greatest day ever. Like my mother scoring against the world female champion. Insane. Absolutely insane. So, yeah, I am personally, the engine is saying queen takes d8. Personally, me and my 2100 ELO prefer this queen f4 move because it feels like the queen is very safe here. This is not really a move that I think black ever, well, here the bishop is hanging, obviously. But, like, this is not really, I don't really see exactly what black does. Something like rook e8, you just go rook d1, you threaten the queen. Maybe the queen will start annoying a little bit on the queen side. I'm thinking queen a5 or queen b6 to attack this pawn. But then, I mean, does it really matter if you ever take this pawn? You can almost always sacrifice this pawn because after takes, queen takes b2, I was thinking that you might have rook b1 with the idea of taking here. And if the queen moves, you might have the idea, I wanted to go rook c1, but this move doesn't work due to queen a3, and then the rook is hanging. So you cannot really do this. Okay. So yeah, in this position, takes is a problem. You would have to take with the pawn. Yeah, so this I do not like. So maybe queen b6 here, but then maybe here you can... There's a crazy line here. Okay, so here apparently, if let's say that, my mom would play queen f4, she moves the queen, she wants to keep the queens, then Wenjun activates her rook. The idea of this move, by the way, is to maybe be able to bring in the rook to e4. Queen b6 looks like a logical move. There's this move, knight e5, which would be threatening both this bishop, but also to capture on f7. And now the idea is that if black takes the rook, you have bishop takes f7 check, you sacrifice the rook, and after the king moves, you take here. No, you take the bishop. Wow, you don't even take this back. But the problem is now that the king is so unsafe. So let's say that the rook would go somewhere. I don't even know where you go. Let's say that you go here. Wow, you literally just keep the rook. You just go rook b1 and you're a lot better because this king is so unsafe. Because I think that he is going to be to place a queen on this diagonal and then go knight g6 check. And you can never go rook f8 and kick away this bishop because you have knight g6 and the rook is hanging. This is really cool. This is really, really cool. So this is kind of far, but this is a really cool idea. So this comes from the idea of going queen f4 here. So this is something that she could do. She could also take on d8. But you know what? Knowing my mother, I think she's going to play this move. Like, I don't think she's going to want to enter this endgame where, I mean, I guess if she takes and takes, the only idea would be to go knight e5. And then this would just be an idea to try to play super solid and try to go for a draw. I guess you can do this as well. You take, play knight e5. It's important to not allow the bishop to double up the pawns. And then I suppose you can play something like h3 or f4 or h3 to try to maybe open up. Okay, so what did she do? Okay, I don't know my mother. I'm sorry. I do not know my mom. I do not know her. I thought I did. She traded. And she's just going to go rook d1 now? Is that what she's going to do? Maybe it is. So takes. Okay, but this is then because she's really playing for a draw, I think. Like, the position is completely equal after 15 moves. Okay, so now I think she's going to play knight e5. I think she's going to do this. Because if she goes something like rook d1 to try to trade rooks, yeah. Then what I was worried about was bishop takes knight, takes, and then something like a5. Which this is probably also completely fine. I mean, probably she'll just play king f1 and then try to bring in the king. But she's, yeah, it's just very equal. It feels like she can never really be better, apart from the fact that she has a bishop versus rooks, which is maybe the reason she's playing this. Because she's going knight d4. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This wasn't the move that the engine liked the most, but this is fine. We were talking about knight e5. The idea of placing knight here is, I guess that it's one just blocking the rook. And I suppose that my mom thinks that if the knight gets attacked, she's just going to be able to go knight b3 and attack this pawn. And then after something like this, she'll get this position. I'm nervous. I am nervous for my mom. I am literally nervous for my mom. Okay. So this is very fine. We need to do a thing, which is that we cannot, the engine is going from this being 0.00 to this being minus 0.15. We cannot let slight evaluation changes to create panic within us. We cannot have that happen. But I will not lie, seeing a slight minus over here is making me a little bit nervous because, minus means that black is slightly better, but obviously minus 0.15, we're talking about such an imaginary advantage that it's almost non-existent. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. But this is only if Wenjun would play this move c5, threatening the knight. Now what would I play here if I was black? I don't know if it matters much. Okay. I would play c5, everybody. That is the move that I would play. Always knew that this was the best move. All right. Doesn't matter. So, she can do now a few different things. She can go back, but this makes no sense to me because then why would she go to d4 in the beginning? Knight b5 just looks disastrous because a6, the knight gets kicked out, and then b5, and all of a sudden Wenjun just gained 3 tempos. So this makes absolutely no sense. Knight c2, you can go this I mean, there's no move in my opinion that makes sense apart from knight b3. Knight c2, the knight just doesn't have a future over here. Knight f3, you're allowing the bishop to take this, and then rook d2. Makes no sense to allow this. My mom must play knight b3. I am sure that she will play knight b3 here. Threatening the pawn, stopping the rook from coming into to d2. And then she will have to play something like f3 and rook d1. Because she cannot allow Wenjun to take control of the d file. If Wenjun has control of this file, it's going to be really scary for her, I think. Because there's always going to be this threat of rook d2. And the moment, you know, if black is able to bring in a rook over here and you cannot really kick it away, and these pawns start hanging, you know, this can go wrong very quickly. Because all of a sudden, the only way to defend this pawn is by going rook b1. Ha ha ha. Bishop f5. You threaten the rook. Oh, the rook must move. Oh, this pawn falls. You're a pawn down against the female world chess champion. You lose in an endgame. I mean, there's no way of surviving that. So, yeah. So she has to make sure that this rook doesn't come into the square. This is really important. So she did she play knight b3? No, the position is c5. She's still thinking right now. So hopefully she does play knight b3. I mean, I'm sure that she's going to do it, but yeah. They have plenty of time for the endgame. They do. They have an hour 40 for this position. Like, there is absolutely no way my mom gets into time trouble this game. It's impossible. This is like a very simple position in a way to play. There's absolutely no way that she gets into time trouble. I really don't think she will. I really don't think she will. Okay, so she's kind of like sitting up like this. And I need to tell you something about my mom. This is my mom feeling comfortable. When my mom is sitting up like this, you're going to notice this throughout this broadcast. When my mom is sitting up like this, she's kind of going, you know, whatever, like this is fine. It's when my mom sits like this. Sorry, you cannot see it, but it's when my mom sits like this and she kind of, then that means that she's stressed. But this right here is my mom feeling comfortable. Look at that. Wait, knight b3. Nice. There we go. What? Wenjun is playing? What is this? Did you see this? She just instantly replied. Knight b3, threatening the pawn on b6. Okay, on c5, sorry. Okay, I'm going to play b6 and instantly reply. Like, what's going on? They have so much time right now. It's insane. But it makes sense. b6 is defending the pawn on c5. It was hanging. So it makes sense that it needs to be defended. And now is the moment when my mom needs to come up with a few different ideas. So, does she play f3? Does she play h3? Or does she play rook e1 to play e4? This is another idea. Rook e1, e4, e5. Saying, okay, this rook can never get to d2 anyways, so let's have some play on the e file instead. So this could definitely be an idea. f3, for instance, threatening this bishop. The idea is that after the bishop, I'm not really sure where it goes. Let's say that it would go to f5 or something. Well, then there's e4, so to me this looks a bit strange. But let's say the bishop goes all the way back, which actually makes a lot of sense because then you're not blocking the rook. Well, then the idea is that you bring in the rook to the d file. And now after this, you're going to be bringing in the king. So what did my mom do? She went f3. We are guessing all of her moves. Bishop e6 instantly. What? What? What is this? Why is she going bishop e6? So what happens if takes and takes? And then rook d1, isn't this instantly equal? What is the idea here? The idea maybe for her is that she's saying that this knight, Wenjun is saying that her knight is slightly better than this one. But this pawn is also going to be pretty weak. This I'm a little bit surprised that she played. I'm a little bit surprised that she played this move, actually. Because it feels like now my mom can just she can just take the bishop and there's going to be a weak pawn. And for what? It's like instantly equalizing. She must play this move. There's no way she plays a different move. I mean, of course, you can play something like king f2 to just start bringing in the king. But this is just like, why? Why have this rook over here? Because then now the knight can come in, the knight will go to b4, you almost have to play a3 so that the knight doesn't come in here, because if the knight comes in here, the knight comes in here. And if the knight comes in here, the king, the pawns, everything is falling apart. But after something like this, you can even play f5 to prevent white from ever playing e4. And then this knight stays here forever and there's no way of getting rid of it. So after this move that Wenjun just played, I don't see any move apart from taking. Like if you go something like bishop, I don't know, bishop b5, yeah, it's a complete disaster after knight d5. Because after king f2, the knight has time to come to b4. You're here both threatening to take this pawn, but you're also threatening to go knight b4. So yeah, this to me doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I am cautiously very excited right now. Cautiously very, very excited. So I'm gonna see what she's looking at. Did my mom make a surprised face when Wenjun played this? So Wenjun looks so calm. Like she looks so incredibly calm right now. She's just leaning back. She's just, yeah, looking at her nails. Like, she looks so calm. Looking up to the ceiling. I mean, yeah, very relaxed. This is so fun to see my mom like this. It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah. Well, we will continue seeing what my mom does, but like I said, I really do not think that she's going to do anything else. Also, I'm realizing that the overlays are a little bit scuffed right now, so I'm going to add it here so that if you subscribe, your beautiful name is shown on the whole screen. Thank you so much, Bautis Live, for resubscribing 51 months. Go Pian, happy birthday, Anastasia. Let's go, Maria, Ketty, Anna, and Jovi. Thank you so much for the 51 months. I saw some people subscribed before as well. Thank you so much. I think I was talking about my mom and I missed it, but thank you so much if you've subscribed. Thank you. This actually, my mom is ready to play a move, by the way. This little thing that she has going on here means that she's ready to play a move. I am 100% sure that she's going to take this bishop. She has to take this bishop. Tunar, thank you for the prime. Okay, no, she said no. Let's wait a little bit. I'm gonna recalculate this. She has so much time right now, an hour 30. People are saying easy draw, but can you imagine the happiness of easy drawing the world chess champion? Like, I think my mom has lost every single game against Wenjun ever before this. So I really do not see how she wouldn't be overly excited about it. Thank you so much over here as well. Hellos for the prime. Thank you, thank you. No, honestly, this is the move I am the most sure that she's going to take the bishop. But I think that she's kind of thinking, why is Wenjun letting me do this? What is the catch? Why am I allowed to destroy Wenjun's pawn structure? Why am I allowed this? I think that is what she's thinking. Because there's no other place she can go with the bishop. So I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Let's say, okay, bishop a6, makes no sense. Knight d5, once again, problem is that this pawn is hanging and the knight is going to come in here. If the knight comes into b4, then Wenjun is a lot better. She cannot do this. Same with bishop b5, same with bishop to any square. The only other thing, if she doesn't want to play king f2, which we've already established is quite bad, after takes and knight here, because this knight is going to be forever super strong in the center. The only other move she can do is maybe rook e1, defending this pawn. What is the idea? Well, the idea is that after knight d5, this pawn is defended. So bishop takes bishop, rook takes bishop. And then here, now if knight d5, I suppose that after a3 and f5, the idea here is perhaps that you can go e4 in this position, which is much better now that the rook is here. You couldn't do it in the previous line with the king on f2 because of the rook being on the same file. Here you can, but why would you ever enter this position without having to? The idea here is that if you trade pawns, then all of a sudden white has some play. But the problem here is that the knight can come in. And the moment the knight comes into f4, all of a sudden the knight is coming into d3 again, and this is the square we don't want the knight to go to. So I do not see why my mom would ever let this. I don't see it. And I'm thinking right now, after takes and takes, is e4 something you want to do? I don't think it is, because it leaves a lot of squares. But I guess she's calculating here. What happens if rook d1? What happens now if something like knight here? King f2, what happens in this position? What happens is actually that after you're able to trade one pair of rooks, after king gets to e2, this is not scary because the knight cannot come to d3 due to rook d1. Or it can, but I mean, this is not a good knight right now. If the knight is defended, for instance, then you can just go something like knight c1. And then here you must trade, otherwise you're losing a pawn. And this should be an easy draw. After something like b3, you trade a few pawns, active rook, should be an easy draw. And I suppose that my mom is calculating all of these lines right now. Like, there is no way she hasn't seen all of these lines. I'm sure she's thinking about this. So she's thinking, you know, about the end game. Because that's the thing here. And that is a piece of advice that I've always been told by my parents my whole life. If you are trying to play a position well, you should be thinking about what pieces do you want to trade and how do you want the end game to be. So she's right now thinking about how is the end game, and she's calculating all of these different lines, I think. She's probably also calculating what happens if takes, if king f2. What happens here, for instance, knight g4 check. If you go back, this pawn follows, disaster. But what happens if king e2, sacrificing this pawn? Well, what happens is that the knight is trapped, so you cannot take this. But she's probably analyzing these things as well and trying to figure out what is the best way of continuing this, because I believe that she's realizing that she has a really good chance of drawing this game. Which I am sure that if she could, she would. So, yeah. I think that is the thing. She's right now realizing that she has a good chance of drawing this game. She needs to make sure that she plays the best line so that she doesn't lose this position, because this should not be truly a position where there's a lot of risk of losing, I think. So yeah, I am very, very excited to see what happens. Also, I went to the Olivia Rodrigo concert yesterday, and it was amazing. I saw some people asking before. 10 out of 10, really fun. Yeah, very, very fun. So that happened as well, and that is why I am a couple days late over here. How did Pia play so quickly? My mom played this quickly because, to be fair, I think she thought that the moves were easy. I think that the first 12 moves were theory, and I think now is the first time in the game where she really needs to make a decision. And that is why she's spending most of her time right now. But I think she's been playing like this because she's thought the game so far is pretty easy. But now she's calculating very far. Like, this is her calculating phase. So I can definitely see that. Am I in Stavanger or in Stockholm? I am in Stavanger. I am here. And I am going to be taking some cool videos of the players. My mom is going to be joining after the game. My dad is going to be joining in and out the commentary. So we are here in Stavanger. We are here in the place, and we are commentating from the place. So I'm literally sitting very close to where the players are playing. I'm hoping that they cannot hear my voice, but I know they can't. But, I'm sitting very close to where the players are playing. So this is right now the whole family that's here. Is there a line where white is better? So in this line, after bishop takes, pawn takes, this is equal, but I think this is a nice equal for white. I don't see how white can ever be worse. No, my mom is never really going to be a lot better here unless Wenjun makes some mistake. But it's a very comfortable equal, in my opinion. So no, she cannot really get better right now, but she's definitely doing really good. Here, I suppose the most critical line is instead of doing something like 95, which we were looking at before, is if Wenjun would start to double up the rooks on the d file. And the problem here is that if you take, then now after e takes, we see that this e-pawn, though slightly weak, actually gets to a much stronger position where it's close to the other pawns. It's not isolated anymore. But more importantly, in this position, my mom would wish that the pawn was on f2 and not on f3 because this pawn is very weak right now. So this is not something that she wants. So if Wenjun starts doubling up the rooks, my mom needs to play king f2 or king f1. King f1 is probably better because it avoids any nasty checks. And the idea now is that after rook here, you go king e2. And if you would trade here the rooks, takes, takes, takes. This is the endgame that I'm sure that my mom is calculating. And king f7. In this position, this would be equal. But my mom does have a path for the king. This is a path. King d3, king c4, king b5, king e6. This is a path for sure. So it's not a path that it's going to be easy to enter, but it is a path. The problem here, though, is the fact that this knight is better than this knight. So, yeah, I was looking at moves such as this, but the problem is that there could be these sort of things. And this could get scary because, yeah, there's this move here, actually, which is really nice, where you basically give up this pawn, and then you're going to be losing a pawn. But this is very far away, but these are probably things that my mom is calculating right now. But I do not believe that she will not take this bishop. I think she's thinking, okay, bishop takes bishop, pawn takes bishop, and then what do I do? Do I go rook d1? Do I go king f2? What do I do? I think that is what she's calculating. But definitely not if she's going to take the bishop or not, because any other move will just make her have an instantly much worse position. She must take this bishop. And I'm sure that she will do it. Are the chairs at the competitions comfortable? They look decent, but hard to tell. I didn't sit on any of the players' chairs because I thought it probably would be quite weird if one of the players saw me sitting on their chair. But the players have actually signed all of these chairs, so they have the same chair throughout the whole tournament. There's a Wenjun chair, there's a Anna Cramling chair. So they're actually rotating the chairs to place them at the right spot after each game. And yeah. This it means that they have the same chair throughout the whole tournament. Looks like gamer chairs. Gamer chairs are great. Gamer chairs are great. Yeah, I'm starting to worry. My mom has spent a lot of time on this move. I'm starting to worry a little bit that she's not going to take. Is she overthinking this somehow? What is happening? Yeah, she's starting to look a little bit more stressed. I don't really know why, but this is starting to stress me a little bit. She spent more than 15 minutes now on this move, and I'm starting to get a little bit worried about what she's thinking about. Wenjun is kind of walking up, coming back. I'm really. Because I just don't get why she's not just taking the bishop and then thinking. That is what I don't understand. Ah! Oh, sorry. I screamed. She took... I got so excited. She took... Okay. I got so excited. Okay, so my mom took. Good. Now we're safe, and now she's probably going to spend another 20 minutes on this next move. Because I think truly that is what happened. I think she was kind of considering, should I take or should I bring my... Or after I take, what should I do? Should I go rook d1 or king f2? And I don't think she's made a decision yet. So yeah, here we have two different options. We have king f2 or rook d1. Why not place this rook on d1? Because then, I mean, you can, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense to have this rook. This rook is perfectly fine on the c file. This rook is doing nothing. What happens if you do something like a3, you may wonder? Well, what happens is that this rook comes to d3, attacks this pawn, and after something like king f2, very bad things happen because the knight is hanging, obviously. So this is a fork, so you cannot do this. So I'm kind of thinking, what happens if you go like h3? If you go h3, once again, rook d3 is going to come, pawn is hanging, and after you go king f2, there is this nasty move, knight e4 check, taking advantage of the fact that the king is on the same file as the rook. There's a discovery check. No, it's not a discovery check. This is an x-ray check, whatever it's called. And now the problem is that if the king goes to e2, which, well, it's not really a problem, but there's this knight move. So you can actually give up your rook. Rook takes b3. And after pawn takes, you can go knight check. King will have to move back again. And actually, in this situation, even though it looks like it's completely equal, this is slightly better for black simply because of how weak these pawns are. Not like much worse, but the problem here is that I think that if you trade rooks, black is always going to be slightly better, I think. I'm trying to see here. Maybe this is actually very fine. So I was thinking here, maybe even white can, okay. Yeah. Or maybe this is fine. This a5, rook d1. But the problem is that you can always place the rook on d5. That is the problem. Yeah. Wow. And now after takes and takes, this is crazy. Now after takes and takes, no, then you have f4. No, you go e5. Wow. And now what happens? Isn't this good as well? King d6, king b5, king c7. This would be equal. Yeah, I'm not sure why this is, what the problem is with this line, actually. Bishop takes e6, f takes e6. Yeah, this was with h3, but h3 feels like a very pointless move to make. Here my mom will 1,000,000% play rook d1 or king f2 to defend this pawn. Rook d1 is the most normal move in the whole universe. And I don't know what she would be scared of. Maybe going something like knight d7, maybe... Yeah, but this, you get the king up. The point is just to get the king to e2, defending this rook so that the king is in the center and protecting everything. And after, let's say something, what did she do? Yeah, rook d1, there it is. There it is, I'm telling you. Logical move. Logical move for a logical chess player. It makes sense, rook d1, this is the move that we have on the board right now. So, she's offering the trade of rooks. Here, if black would trade rooks, I mean, not even then would my mom be better, but this feels like a dream come true, you know? Like, this is not something that you do in this position, giving up the whole d file. So this is not something that Wenjun is going to do. But, yeah. Or is it? Actually, this could be, wow, this is actually a line. This, to me, made no sense. But the engine actually likes this. Sorry. Wow, the engine actually thinks this is the best line. This I do not understand. So takes, the idea is to go rook c8. And then if king f2, why is it so good to have this rook here? It is good. Is it because you want to play e4? Sorry, c4. You want to play c4 here, knight d3. Then knight d5, and then start threatening c3. Wow, okay, I see. So this could actually be an idea. So it could actually be that Wenjun wants to trade rooks here. This is one of the options. The other option are the other things that we looked at, which are knight d5, rook d5. Rook d5 wants to double up the rooks right behind each other. Here, my mom can never take, because if you take with the e-pawn, then this pawn becomes weak forever. So here, I think that my mom would either play e4 or start bringing in the king. e4 makes sense, I think, but then we will probably enter something very similar. This. Can you go rook c8 here now? You can, and then after something like this and this, yeah, there's knight d4. And now the difference is that because the pawn is on e4, this knight cannot jump into d5, so c3 doesn't really become a threat. Because if you go c3 here, you take and go rook d2, and now this rook is doing nothing here, and actually white has a million threats. because you're threatening to place a knight on here. And if you go a6, okay, now this pawn is hanging, but yeah, knight b5. This is very nice, and now you get a lot of squares for the knights. So this is very nice here. Okay, so this is the position right now. We're looking at these three different moves: rook takes, rook here, and knight d5. You can try to guess in chat which of these three moves is going to happen. No, you know what, I actually don't know if I can guess. Maybe she actually will go rook takes d1 and then go for this idea. But yeah, I'm really not sure. Also, someone said, have you said hi to Hikaru, Anna? I have. I did say hi to Hikaru. And he said hi back. So that was our conversation. We both said hi. But yeah, so that was kind of fun. But yeah, here, rook takes d1, rook takes, rook c8. Idea is this. Question is, can you play e4 now to prevent the knight from coming in? The idea here being that after knight there, rook d8, yeah, this is a very nice idea. Okay, so let me explain this to you. There's a big difference here with having the king on f2 and the king on g1, because let's say here, this is the current position. Let's say that Wenjun would take and go rook c8 with the idea of pushing this pawn, then bringing in this knight, and then pushing this pawn, right? This is the idea, and then bringing in the knight to a really active square. Here in this position, if you go e4 to prevent the knight from coming in, there is c4. And now whenever c4 happens, you want to be able to play knight d4 to try to threaten this pawn, and then go knight b5, threaten this pawn, and just weaken all the pawns. But the problem here is that there is rook d8, and now because the king is 2 steps away from the rook, the king goes to f2 and tries to come closer. There is this move e5, and the knight is pinned. So here my mom would lose a piece, actually. So it would be amazing if my mom had time to both play e4 and king f2, but the problem is that she can only choose one of these two moves. In this position, once again, this is the current position. If takes, rook here, and king f2. The problem now is, or I don't know if there is a problem actually with this, because yeah, now I was thinking this, and then I was thinking what happens if you go knight here, but the thing is that there's no time because of this. So maybe, yeah, rook here, king f2, king f7, and now can you play e4 now? So that if c4, there's knight here. I guess you can, but here black can go king e7. But then here we can maybe play knight d2. And then try to play against, or just try to find a good square for the knight. This doesn't look bad at all. Knight c4 is a threat. If you go something like b5, we go b3, and then we go rook here and try to play against this pawn. This doesn't look bad at all. I don't know. I think this is what she's calculating right now. Thank you, Camden Chess, so much for the 17 months. Thank you. Will there be PIA games at this time streamed all week? Yes. All the days that there is no rest day, there will be a PIA game streamed, and we will be watching it together. We'll be doing commentary together. We will be seeing my mom, seeing how she's reacting. We're going to be doing all of these things together. So yes, this is going to be happening every single day. I'm also going to find a better camera angle for me because I'm looking down all the time, I'm realizing. What is happening? Wenjun, is she is she thinking? What is happening here? Is she thinking? I guess she's thinking. This is a very interesting way of thinking. Very interesting way. I mean, I will have to say that I would have joked that she fell asleep, but she's the female world chess champion and it's her turn, so I really don't think that she has fallen asleep. Thank you so much, Dilgao, for the 100 bits. Thank you, and thank you, Amy, for the prime. No, she hasn't fallen asleep. That's the way that chess players think sometimes. You've seen that sometimes chess players look up to the ceiling It's not because of something crazy. It's because sometimes chess players can visualize better when there's a blank place. But that's only if you're really good. I don't do the same. I don't do the same. If I did this during a game, I would do it to have you all spam and I fell asleep. But I would not do it to actually think. I would just do it for the memes because I know that everybody in chat would be spamming and I fell asleep. But I cannot really do it this way. I cannot think about chess without seeing the board in this way. I need to see the board. Call me old school, call me not as good as chess as these people. I need to see the board to really picture things. So, yeah. I find it fascinating how these players just literally look up to every single spot apart from the board. But I can't do it. And my mom doesn't do that either. My mom just looks at the board the whole time. She's taking a sip of tea. She still has a lot of time. And she looks very, very focused. I'm also going to drink a little bit of this water. I have the same water bottle as these players do. It's water from Lofoten. What I want to see, I don't know if you've seen it, but there are confession booths in this tournament. Also, I'm getting Discord playings. Person that's playing on Discord. I appreciate whoever it is, but I need to take away the pings. What I was gonna say is that no, I actually forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, there's confession booths. There's confession booths in this tournament, which basically means that you literally go up during the game and then confess how you're feeling, which I find hilarious. But I cannot see my mom doing this. Like, I cannot see my mom going, so right now I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about this. Like, I'm sure that my mom will do the confession booth at some point, but like, it is so out of her comfort zone to do something like this. It is so out of her comfort zone. I don't think she's ever talked about her game out loud in the middle of her game. And my mom, like, I think some people would go, oh, I hate my position right now, or I am so happy right now. But my mom would probably go, yeah, so I was thinking if rook takes d1, rook takes d1, rook c8, c4, knight d2, then I think that my position, but then what happens if c4 in that position? And then she would take a few moments and then she would not be like saying what she thinks about the game. She would come up with the game during the confession booth. So I am 100% sure about this, but I'm very intrigued to see to see this. I'm very intrigued to see this. So we will see if that happens any of these days. She would be her own commentator for sure. But anyways, we are going to be continuing checking out this game. So no move has happened yet. Wenjun is still thinking. Her time is ticking. And she's probably considering now a lot of different options. Rook takes d1, knight d5, rook d5. Three options we've talked about. Rook d1 with the idea of playing rook c8 and c4. Rook d5 with the idea of doubling up the rooks, but the question is, does this really lead to anything? After king f2 and rook here and king e2, how is this position? A move has happened? Knight d5 is on the board, everybody. Knight d5 is on the board. Now, the pawn on e3 is hanging, so this pawn is being threatened. So, there's also the idea of going knight b4. So here, the only move that really makes sense is to go king f2 in my opinion, because you want to bring in the king anyways to defend the rooks. But you also want to defend this pawn. So this move makes the most sense in the world, I think, in this moment. King f2, I really think will be played. And then the question is, what happens after king f2, knight b4, threatening knight takes d3. But I think what we will see is what we were looking at before, which is number one, a trade of rooks, and then the king coming to e2. Because if you capture this pawn on a2, there's rook a1, threatening this knight, and after the knight moves, capture this pawn. And if something like knight d3, well then there is rook d1, and then the only person that can be better, I think, is my mom. So yeah, in this position, after something like king f7, Probably she can just play a3 and try to kick the knight away. Probably she can do this. Or even try to go h4 to later go h5. Because if she's able to place a pawn on h5, then this is going to be an extremely good pawn to forever prevent the g pawn from moving. So these are two different ideas here. But I cannot see her playing anything but king f2. She must do this. And I am actually really happy about this position because I don't see how she advances. How does Wenjun create any sort of scary threat? King f2. You know, is there any other idea? What happens if e5, for instance? Can you do this? Well, then we can go king e2. Now the king is in the right spot, and after something like king f7, we are going to be the ones moving this. So, king f2 is on the board. This move has been played, and now the ball is on Wenjun's court. What is she going to do? Is she going to play knight b4? Is she going to play, I don't know, rook d7, but rook d7 to try to double up the rooks, we go king e2. You go rook f8, and then a3, and we just stop this. But there is a tricky idea here. The tricky idea here is that here, Wenjun can play c4. The idea that if rook takes c4, there is knight c3 check. And now my mom would lose an exchange. So you have to be careful here with these ideas, because this rook cannot really move. So here actually a3 isn't that good. You would rather go a4, because then after c4, you can go knight d2, and now b5 is not possible. And that is why a4 in that position is much better than a3. Because now we just take the pawn. So after knight d2, this pawn is really bad. So you would have to go something like c3 here, but then we just win the pawn. So this is really interesting. So after king f2, knight b4 is played, and now is the moment where we were talking about trading a pair of rooks and then going king e2. Now why do we not go king e2 immediately? You might ask, right? The reason we don't really want to go king e2 immediately is because here there would be knight takes a2, and after rook a1, threatening the knight, there is rook takes d1, and if we take with the rook, then we're not threatening the knight anymore. So then the knight can peacefully go back, and my mom has lost the pawn for nothing. And if you take with the king, the problem here is that after knight b4, rook takes a7, there is this move, knight d3. And now after this move, this pawn is hanging, and the problem is that there's not really any good place to, or any good way of defending it, because the only move here to defend the pawn really is to go king c2, but then there's knight e1 check, and we're losing this pawn, and if rook a2, there is rook d8, and now white is tied down to defending this pawn. So this is not something you want to do. So I think it's important now. I think it would make life a lot easier for my mom if she would go rook takes rook and trade rooks. Get rid of this rook and then go king e2, because then you don't have this idea of rook takes d1, and then after knight takes a2, you can simply go here. The rook cannot go back, and after this and this, if now you play something like knight d3, you can actually play a lot more actively now and go something like rook b7. This is really interesting. Now if knight takes pawn, we have rook takes b6, and this pawn is really weak, and if we push it, we go knight d2. And this looks so scary, everybody, but it is not scary. Looks really scary though. Looks extremely scary. But the point here is that if you defend it, you have takes, and after rook takes, this is hanging. Sorry, mom moved. I'm doing what my mom sometimes does, which is skipping moves. Sorry. King e2 was played. Rook takes d8. Rook takes d8. King e2 was played. There we go. There we go. She's doing exactly the stuff that we said. We are literally guessing all the moves. And can I just say something? Both my mom and Wenjun have played so far with an accuracy of 99.5%. So this is almost a perfect game so far. They have played 23 moves, and it's almost a perfect game right now. So I think that is really cool to see. So the best move now that Wenjun has is actually to take this pawn. But if she takes this, I do not see how my mother loses. So you go knight d3, we have rook b7. Let's say you go rook d6 to defend this pawn. I mean, yeah, here, any pawn move, you just keep the position, I think. Because the idea is that the knight can never really take on b2. Because if knight takes b2, there is knight takes c5. That is the point. So actually this rook is indirectly defending the b2 pawn by staying on b7. So white has all the time in the world. I mean, you go g4. Sure, the king can go to f8, but you go h4. The king cannot really go here because then we go rook takes g7. Sure, you can take here, but you know, if you allow these pawns to start pushing like this, there's going to be problems. And this pawn, even though it looks scary, because of the fact that there is knight d4, stopping this from pushing, it's okay. So, yeah. I actually do not see now how my mom loses this game. Like, what else can Wenjun do? What if she goes knight d3 here in this position? Then we have rook d1. This is what we looked at. Rook d1, we're threatening the knight. The knight cannot move because the rook is hanging. Only move is c4. Knight c1. We're threatening to win a pawn and pretty much win the game. So knight takes c1 is the only move. Rook takes c1. We're threatening this pawn. The rook cannot come in. Must play b5. And now we were looking before at the move b3. Once again, almost a must move is to capture. Any other move, let's say something like rook c8, you just go king d2. And now this king is coming very close. Here, if something like, well, you cannot take. Sorry, I don't even know what I was thinking. The rook is hanging. Yeah. No, this is not good. I mean, I think you must take here because otherwise the king is just going to come closer. And they go something like a5. Because my mom has the open file. The rook can literally go anywhere. But then there's rook c5 here. Rook b8, defending the pawn. And now we bring in the king. And is she really going to lose this position? I really do not think she would lose this position. g4. The king will centralize. Yes, a little bit scary that black has an extra pawn on the queen side. That could at some point maybe promote. But black also has some weaknesses. And also there are ideas I think of going, if for instance this, I don't know if this is a good move, but yeah, let's say that like a random move would happen. Let's say king here. Now there's rook c7 and then rook a7 and then this is hanging. And you cannot really defend it. And then here, you know, my mom would be a pawn up. It would still probably be a draw, but she would be a pawn up. So it would be a very comfortable draw. So this position, I mean, I do not know how she loses it. Which is making me so happy to say. It's making me so happy to say. What other ideas are there? Let's say that Wenjun does something completely random. Also, this water tastes a bit weird. Let's say that she goes something like g5, right? Something completely random, just to get a little bit more space on the king side, etc., etc. What is my mom's plan here? Well, I think she has several plans. One move that's always good to do is a4, because one, you're defending this pawn, but two, you're also preventing b5. The pawn is safe here. You're even maybe threatening to go a5 at some point. And everybody, Wenjun goes knight takes a2. We have a move on the board and my mom instantly plays rook a1. The knight has to move back and my mom will instantly play rook takes a7. There is no doubt about it. She only needs to analyze a little bit knight d3. But as soon as she sees rook b7 and she sees that she's defending this, there we go, she's playing it. Knight b3 is played instantly. They've both seen this line that we've looked at. And now I believe rook b7 will be played or rook a6. Why would rook a6 be played, you might wonder, instead of rook b7? Well, with the idea, I think, yeah, here of maybe going knight d2, and now the idea is that b5 cannot be played because the pawn is pinned and the rook is hanging. So this is the only thing that I can see, and this could actually lead into a repetition, funnily enough. Probably not, probably there wouldn't be a repetition, but I'm just saying that it could lead to this. But this to me doesn't look as comfortable as the other line because there's some times where this pawn can be taken, and this just feels a little bit scary. Knight d3, rook a8. I don't, for some reason I don't like this the same way. So knight d3 is played, and I think my mom should go rook b7. I think my mom should do this. The engine is saying both of these moves, but I much prefer this move. And I think my mom will play this because it just looks so much more natural to have, the idea of being able to go knight takes c5 here. So much more natural than not having this option. So I really, really, really think that she's going to do this. But also after this, my mom is almost better here. I mean, sure, there's knight a4. You go rook c6. This pawn is starting to get a bit awkward, isn't it? Sure, you have a little bit more activity as black. King, knight c3. And then, the rook can come in. Oh yeah, the king has to go to h7. And then you take. Then you take. And then, if something like this, like all of this works, barely, but it works. But there is absolutely no way my mom would lose a 3 versus 3 rook and knight endgame. Like, it doesn't happen. It really doesn't happen. So, I just hope that she goes rook b7 here. I really hope that she makes this move. I really, really hope that she makes this move. So, let's look at my mom right now. How's she looking? Look at her. Ishra, thank you so much for the 3 months resubscribing. Wenjun has already stood up. I don't really know if Wenjun is just fine with the draw here. Thinking, okay, I'll play PI in the Armageddon because, by the way, if this game becomes a draw, they're taking this to Armageddon. You might say, oh, draw, boring. No, not boring at all because there will be an Armageddon then, which would be very, very, very exciting. So this looks very drawish, but if my mom draws today, we are very happy because she's playing the strongest player of this tournament, pretty much. So we would be very happy if she drew today. 3 draws in the first 3 rounds, being the lowest rated by far in this tournament, is a really good result. Thank you, Tommy, as well, for the 4 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. So yeah, I think that it might be that Wenjun is playing for the Armageddon because I don't really feel like she's pushing much for the win, But it might just be me. It might just be me. Haven't you heard Pia analyze Anna's games and how fast she thinks? What does it sound like in her head when she doesn't have to slow down and talk? My mom is she has a million lines in her head right now. But I think she's just making the choice if she should go here or if she should go here. Is there anything else to consider? I mean, rook here? I guess this could be a move that she's considering. Knight takes b2, rook takes e6, knight c4. I don't like this as much because it's very scary to leave the opponent with 2 passed pawns. So I don't like this as much, but this is definitely a move that she might be considering in her head right now. But this pawn is so weak that it doesn't make sense to go for this pawn right now. She can always go for this pawn later. It's a lot more important to fix the situation on the queen side to make sure that Wenjun doesn't get any chances on the queen side, and later try to go for this pawn, but not right now. I think right now she shouldn't go for this pawn. So, yeah, sorry, this is the position. Is there an idea in going knight d2? Maybe, but why would you give up the pawn? It doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me to do something like this. Like, is it losing? No, maybe, but why give up a pawn? No. She has to here go rook b7, I think. Rook b7, and I think we're going to see rook d6. Just to keep the tension. And then here, yeah, almost this could also almost be a repetition. The king would probably go up to g6, and then we would see something like g4, h4, and then just white trying to get as much activity on the queen side as, sorry, on the king side as possible. Get up the pawns, just so that if at any point black decides to play a lot for the attack, they can't really do it because then these pawns would fall and then white's pawns would be too strong. So it's important to push these pawns to g4 and h4. But I think the plan here looks relatively straightforward for my mom. Rook b7, keep the tension, g4, h4. This is the plan right now. Omnia Def, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, thank you. So she will have to make a choice. I'm going to see what her face is saying. I think that she's right now really just thinking. Where should she place the rook? I'm surprised she's taking this long, but at the same time, she does have over an hour for quite a simple position, so it's not that strange that she wants to make sure she really makes the best move. But yeah, this move doesn't really look natural to me. Because after rook d6, now this becomes a threat because of the fact that the rook is not on the same file as the knight, and knight takes c5 is no longer possible. However, though, I'm realizing is that if, yeah, I guess here you could go g4, because actually here, after knight takes, there is still knight takes c5 because the rook would be pinned. So actually maybe this makes sense as well, but the problem is that there's moves such as c4, and now you give up the pawn. And this is what I don't like about this. That now you give up the pawn, and sure, maybe you can check and stand behind and win back one of these pawns, but I don't see why we need to get through all of this stress instead of going rook b7. I think she's going to play rook b7 here. I really think she's going to play this move. These pawns could be really concerning in an endgame. So yeah, I'm also kind of waiting to see when my dad joins the stream. As I mentioned before, my dad will be joining the stream at some point. So I think right now he's just kind of thinking, is this game going to end in a draw very soon? You know? Like, if I show up, will this game just end in a draw? I don't know. But, or maybe he just doesn't find where I am, actually. It is a little bit of a labyrinth to get to where I am. So that actually might be the reason for it more than anything. But yeah. Chat, what do you think is going to happen? Rook b7 or rook a6? Let me know which of the two moves you think is going to happen. I am voting for rook b7. I think it's a more active move. Most are saying rook b7. Yeah. Now this is by far the most active move. I really do think so. I have to say something. Yesterday when I was at the concert and I was watching Olivia Rodrigo, this guy randomly comes up to me and he's like, I love the cow opening. And I was like, wait a second. I was not expecting this whatsoever. Like, out of nowhere. You know, I am like about to sing to Olivia Rodrigo's driver's license. And I just hear this person say, I love the cow opening. And it was very fun. Shout out to you if you are that person. But it caught me really off guard. I was not expecting that, you know? If someone says, hey, I recognize you, that I could expect, but not, hey, I love the cow opening. I was like, yeah, the cow opening is great. And then I just moved past. But yeah, she's taking a long time here. Very long time. Okay? Is she realizing that she's taking a long time? She is. She's kind of straightening her shirt, and then she's sitting up again. She is sitting up again. Did they move? No, we are watching this live. Honestly, Wenjun moves around a lot in these games, I've realized. Like, yeah. It's really fun to see how all these different players play. And now she's is she about to stand up as well? No, she's not. But Wenjun does look a little bit like she feels like the game is, I don't know, maybe it's just her way of playing But it does kind of look like she already feels like this a draw. But maybe that's just her way of playing. I'm not sure. Might not be that. But yeah, let's analyze this again. Rook b7. Someone was saying maybe knight d2, then knight e4. Rook b7. Here there would be a question that has to be asked. How do you defend this pawn? If you take here, amazing for us. This pawn is really weak. There is nothing. If rook d6, this is the moment where we start advancing on the king side. g4, h4. Defending this pawn through x-rays, as if the knight takes on b2, we can take on c5. There is this. If you don't do any of this, I don't really know what other options you have. Let's say you go c4, threatening the knight. Then we have knight d4, threatening this pawn. Let's say you go e5 to attack the knight. Well, then we have knight c6, and now there's a lot of different threats. What are the different threats? Well, number one, I think if you do some, I don't even know what you're going to do randomly, but, well, okay, number one, the rook is hanging, sorry. Let's let the rook move somewhere, like d6, knight e7 check, king h8. This is the threat. We can go knight c8, threaten the rook, threaten the b6 pawn. So, yeah, no, this I think would be very good. The king is very close to being also able to defend this pawn if the c pawn would start pushing more. So this is overall just would be a very nice position. So rook b7, I'm trying to figure out what the scariest move for Wenjun is, but I just cannot find it. If you do something like this, we take the pawn. If you go rook d6, we've already talked about it, we go g4. e5, h4. Let's use c4 now, then we go knight d2. Let's say you take this pawn now, we go knight e4, and then here. And then because the king has time to get to c3, and this pawn cannot defend because the rook is behind the pawn, this would be not so dangerous for my mother. But yeah, my mom always goes, Anna, you should always stand behind pawn. So I'm really expecting her to go rook b7 in this position. I'm really expecting her to place the rook over here. Yeah, I really am, because this is really what she always talks about. Put your rooks behind pawns, not next to them, but behind them. And this is a perfect position to do so. So I'm really hoping that she goes rook b7. I'm really hoping that this move happens. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. But I also I'm really confident in my mom. Really confident. So let's see, she's thinking, will she go rook b7 or what will she do? Is knight d4 a move? So knight d4, I suppose you mean in this position, would just, lose a knight because of knight c1 check. Doesn't lose a knight, but becomes a terrible position. Because after king here takes, you just lose a pawn for nothing. And not only do you lose a pawn, you lose a very valuable pawn, because all of a sudden, how do you even stop this pawn from promoting? Now, knight d4 is the kind of move that looks a little bit fancy, but it's just a very bad move. That is very unnecessary in this position. So yeah. This is not a move you want to do. So yeah, if you have any other move suggestions, you can tell me, but just looks so natural. Knight d2, why give up the pawn for nothing? Doesn't make sense to me. Now you can go rook b7, but then we might as well go rook b7 immediately, I think. I don't see the point in waiting one move here. Wenjun probably still feeling a bit jet lag. I think that many of these players have come here a few days early to fight the jet lag. So I would be surprised if she's just come now. I would think that she's been here for a few days. H2, I suppose that you mean A2. Rook A2 is just the kind of move that is extremely passive, and the problem here is that there is C4, threatening the knight, and now if the knight moves, there is knight C1 check, losing the rook. So rook A2 is not a move you want to do, and a move that I'd be very surprised if she did. So jet lag. Jet lag. What if you start pushing the G and H pawns? We absolutely want to start pushing these pawns, but the problem is that our pawn on B2 is right now hanging. So we first want to defend this pawn, and then we want to start pushing here, but we cannot really defend after Rook A2 because of this move. So we must defend in a more active way through Rook B7 or Rook A6. These are the only two active moves that defend this pawn. Rook B7 being the most active. So I'm really expecting this move. Rook A6, also a fine move. If takes, it's going to transpose. The difference here is if Rook D6. Now this becomes slightly different because there are now ideas of going C4 and then taking. So here maybe Knight D2 would be played. Now the idea is that if this move, there could be Rook A2, but I just don't like the idea that we don't have Knight C5. Like in this position after this, and this, and this, and this, we have Knight takes C5 because the Rook is on the B file. So I just do not like the idea of the Rook being on a different square. I don't really see the point of it. I think it makes a lot more sense to keep the Rook on the same file. So, yeah, there we go. How did Pia get a ticket to this tournament? Through winning something or being a legend? Well, I think that it's because of her very long career. If you don't know, my mother became a grandmaster in the year 1992. She was at one point the highest rated woman in the world, and she recently actually won a gold medal at the Olympiad. So she has one of the longest chess careers, especially in female chess, that I know of. She's played chess all her life. She's 61 years old now. She won her first gold medal at the Olympiad in the 80s, and she won her second one in 2022. So there's a 40-year span between her first gold medal and her second one. So she has had a very long chess career, and she just has always been by far the strongest. Okay, she won Rook A6. The strongest chess player, the strongest female chess player in Scandinavia. She won Rook A6. It's a fine move. I was hoping she'll play Rook B7. It looked easier to play. But she won Rook A6, and this is the position right now. Both moves are good. Both moves are completely fine. It's just that practically Rook B7, in my opinion, looked a little bit easier to understand. I don't really understand why she did this move instead of Rook B7, but there's nothing wrong with it either. There's nothing wrong with it, obviously. I'm just scared that there's also going to be ideas of Wenjun playing B5, giving up this pawn, but now if you take this pawn, C4, all of a sudden these pawns are becoming very strong over here. Oh, also here there's takes, and knight check, which loses the game. Whereas with the Rook on B7, this move B5 was never an option because we just go Rook takes B5. So, yeah, just a little bit, maybe feels a little bit like this was slightly unnecessary, but it's okay. That's why she tells you to stand behind Rook. She always tells me this. She's like, Anna, if there's a pawn you're scared of, always put your Rook behind the pawn. That is the #1 rule. And now she's not doing it. She's not doing it. I'm a little bit scared that she's going to get, really excited about having such an equal position and overthink. But I also fully trust my mom, and I also fully believe that she knows what she's doing. So, yeah. Here, if Rook D6, we cannot go knight takes pawn because there is knight takes. Knights go backwards, and the knight would take here on C5, and we would lose a piece. The only time after Rook D6 we can do this is if the knight is not, standing here. I really think she's going to go Rook D6 or C4. Knight takes B2 would make no sense because then there's just Rook takes B6. So, Rook D6 was played. And yeah, I suppose my mom's plan is to go Knight D2 and just give up this pawn. With the idea of going Rook A2. Now the only square that I can go to is D3. Wait, Rook A3? Is this because she wants to get a repetition? What happens if this? Wait, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm understanding why my mom did this. Wait. Oh, I understand. Wait a second. So the idea here, it's always important to understand the ideas. The idea here, she must, for this to be what I think it is, go knight d2 here. Threat is knight c4, attacking the rook and attacking this pawn, and just simply winning a pawn. So here, knight c1 check would make sense, but after king e1, the only move is to go back. Obviously, my mom is happy with the draw. This is not a thing she's scared of. Only other move that doesn't lose the game for black is to go knight takes b2. But here, my mom has the very forcing move rook a2, threatening the knight. The only move that Wenjun can do to save the knight is knight d3. And here there is the move rook a3, threatening the knight. Now if the knight goes back to b2, we go back and forth, repetition, not something to be scared of. If the knight goes to c1, we go king d1. Sorry, I went to the wrong place. Threatening the knight. Knight has to go back to d3. We go king e2, repetition. So, only scary move is knight e5. That's the only place it can go to. That doesn't lead to all this. But now apparently the idea is to go rook check. And after the king moves somewhere, there is this move f4, threatening the knight. Now where does the knight go? The knight can go to a lot of places. The knight goes to c6, knight c4, threatening the rook, threatening this pawn. Knight probably has to go to d7, but then the idea is that my mom gets this really nice square c4 for the knight. The rook cannot go back anymore, so the rook doesn't have a lot of squares anymore. Rook has to go either to c6 or d5. Any other square is taken. If rook c6, so the idea to go rook a7 and then threaten this, or the idea is to go rook a6 and then go back and forth. Bum, 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 bum. So I suppose that is the idea. And if rook d5, I suppose the idea is simply to go rook a7. And after something like king here, just simply go rook b7. And my mom is basically saying, hey, all your pieces are kind of tied down. So this actually right here might have been really smart. So this is the beauty of rook a6 instead of rook b7, that you can either force black to take a draw or push black's pieces back. So that is actually, yeah. So Pia playing for a draw with white? Absolutely. Against the #1 in the tournament and world chess champion? Yes. This is probably the only game that my mom plays for draw from the beginning. I think my mom has huge respect for Wenjun. Wenjun is the current female world chess champion. Absolutely, my mom wants to draw this game. That is what she wants, and I think that is the reason she also played this opening, which is a very solid opening to play. Very, very, very solid opening. So draw also secures 1 point, and every point that my mom gets in this tournament, being the lowest rated in the whole tournament, is a win. So yeah. But if you get a win in this tournament, you get 3 points. There's a little bit of a weird point system here. It's not the standard, you win a game, you get a point. No, this is a little bit like a football system. You win a classical game, you get 3 points. You lose a classical game, you get 0 points. You draw a classical game, you go to Armageddon. If you win the Armageddon, you get 1.5 points. If you lose the Armageddon, you get 1 point. But the point here is to get points. That is the important thing. Will my mom play the cow in this? I can literally bet anything in this universe that my mom will not play the cow in this tournament. I would literally bet like anything on that. I would bet like, I would almost bet my YouTube channel on it. Like I would bet anything on that. She is not going to do it. So yeah, mom is spending a lot of time here. She has now 30 minutes less than Wenjun. I hope that the pressure is not getting to her. I think she's calculating very far lines. I still think that rook b7 maybe just felt a little bit easier. You don't need to go for this crazy long line to get the pawn back. You can just not lose the pawn. But maybe this is a little bit more of a playing for the win strategy, where basically either Wenjun takes the draw, or my mom will be able to push Wenjun's pieces back a little bit and it'll become more dynamic. It'll be both easier for my mom to win and lose. So, yeah. I suppose that could be that could be the idea. Why not offer a draw now if my mom wants a draw? Because you don't offer draws here. You don't just casually offer the world chess champion a draw at move 20. Like, that is like the most disrespectful thing that you can do. Okay, she's making a move and she's going knight d2, everybody. Knight d2 is on the board. She's going for the line that we were saying. This was her idea with going rook a6, and this is the best thing to do in this position. And now there are two different ideas here. Two different ideas. Either now this will become a draw in the next 5 moves, or the game will continue. So now she's kind of passing the ball onto Wenjun's court and asking, do you want to draw and go to Armageddon, or do you not want to? I believe that we will maybe see knight c1, king e1, here, and knight takes b2. I think this is what we'll see. Rook a2, knight d3, then rook a3. I don't think that Wenjun will take a draw here, to be honest, which she could with any of these moves. Either knight c1 or knight b2, just go back and forth. Probably she will play this out and go knight e5 and try to beat my mom, because my mom is the lowest rated person in the tournament. Makes a lot of sense. But yeah. But then here, after rook a8 and this, the idea is that my mom will be able to get a really nice knight. And after something like this, rook a7, I don't know where the king goes. Let's say king e8. I don't see how my mom loses this. This pawn is falling. The pawn is falling, but not only is the pawn falling, but also, if my mom is able to win this pawn, it's an insta draw. I mean, even she could be better because these pawns are so weak. So I don't know if something like this could happen. Rook b7, king c6, takes, c4. This looks slightly scary, but this isn't really that scary. You're going to go g4, and then you're just going to place the rook behind, and because this king is so close, it's okay. So she's really putting now the ball on Wenjun's court. I think the scariest line in all of this is obviously a draw, we're happy. The scariest line in this whole situation is knight takes b2, rook here threatening the knight goes to d3, only move, rook a3 threatening the knight. Now, knight e5, rook a8 check, king f7, f4, this is all forced, by the way. Knight d7, only move that is decent in that position for black. Knight c4 and rook c6. Why? Because now rook a6, you don't win the pawn instantly. So this is, to me, I think, the scariest thing. Because now if rook a7, king e8, if you go here, now the pawn is not falling, and after king d8, white is in a lot of trouble because the king is coming in. So here, yeah, if this rook c6, rook a6 must be played. And then now, yeah, king e7, the idea is to go e4. Now what is the idea of all this? Well, the idea is that if something like this, there's going to be e5, and then my mom will be able to place a knight over here, which doesn't really look like it's that good. But the point is that if something like king c7, yeah, then there's rook over here. But the point is that this knight on d6 will forever be able to prevent the pawn from pushing, but will also cause a few threats. So what happened? Knight takes b2 is on the board, and I think now we're going to see an insta rook a2. I would be very shocked if my mom doesn't go rook a2 over here. I would be very, very, very shocked. So, yeah. Rook a2 must be played. Like if you go something like h4, then yeah, why? Yeah, there we go, rook a2. It's being played. This is the position, and now the only move that black has is knight d3. Wenjun, I've realized she doesn't really take more time than she needs in position when there's only one move. So she will instantly play knight d3, I think. She will instantly play this. Still 99% accuracy. Both players are right now with 99.6 accuracy. It's insane. It is insane. 99.6. Like, it's almost impossible to play a better game. Knight d3 is played, and now is the moment where I really hope that my mom has found the best line, because she's instantly playing it. I am so proud. I am so proud. Rook e8 check. This is what we were looking at. I'm not touching my mouse. I'm not doing anything. These are the moves. This is what we were looking at. Rook e8 check, and now the king has a few options. King h7 or king f7. King f7 makes more sense because you're bringing in the king towards the center. If you go king h7 over here, not that it's bad, but there's going to be knight c4. Also, I'm thinking about one thing. Wait a second, this is not actually what we were looking at. We were looking at rook a3 and then this. But wait, actually I just realized, sorry, my mom played instantly now rook a8, which looks a lot better. Because now, no matter what, there's going to be knight c4. Knight c4. Knight c1 check, I suppose, because if you go something like this, you go knight b6. So king h7 has been played, and now knight c4. And the only critical move is knight c. They're playing so fast, I don't even have time to do things here. Now the only critical move is knight c1, because if something like rook here, there's just knight takes b6, and we win back the pawn. And you know, knight c1, king e1, rook d3 is the only scary thing. But it's not really scary because rook takes here doesn't work. Well, it does, but king d2, rook b3, we're threatening a lot of things right now. And after something like knight d7, this is actually slightly better for my mom, just because of how weak all the pieces are. If you go something like here, for instance, right now, you have knight f8 check. And you're winning this pawn, and this is hanging. This is a crazy position, actually. This is a crazy position. So what is going on? So knight c1 feels like the most scary move right now. Knight c1, you move the king. I don't know where you go. Let's say you go, I don't know, do we go king f2? I guess we go king f2 to stay safe. Is b5 now scary? The rook is hanging, sorry. So rook d3, knight takes b6, rook d2. This is probably things that my mom has calculated, but you just go king f1 and there's no problem. This could be repetition. Let's say you go something like king g6. Yeah, you will just go h4, knight c4. And this pawn, I mean, it's really easy to stop it. It's really easy to stop it, I think. So, yeah, knight c1, I think, is going to be played. And then what is the scariest thing that can happen? Let's say rook d5, then we just take. Rook d3 must be the scariest move. Can we do this? How is this? King d2, rook b3. Even this is a draw, actually, though. Insta draw. Huh. This may be what my mom will enter. Insta draw here. So actually, maybe this is what she was thinking, that this is just a draw. So this threatening the rook. Knight c1 check, because if the rook must stay on this file to protect the knight. If the rook goes to c6, we win the knight. If the rook goes anywhere, we take the pawn and we threaten the rook. So knight c1 check, king e1, to not let the rook enter after knight b6. Rook d3 seems like the most scary move because it's threatening here. We take the pawn, and if you don't do anything, we're going to defend this, and it's going to be completely fine. So rook takes e3. We go king d2, threatening the rook, threatening the knight. The only move to not lose a piece is rook b3. So that if we take the knight, she takes my mom's knight. But after this trade, Rook c8, and you cannot defend this pawn properly. You cannot defend all pawns. Knight c1 check is on the table. All of these things might happen. All of these things might happen, everybody. Knight c1 is on the board. And now, I think we're going to see king e1. King f2 makes sense, but the thing is that after rook d3, knight here, it looks a little bit more worrisome to let the rook in. But yeah. P. Kalk, thank you so much for resubscribing 7 months. Good luck, Pia. Thank you. I will, I'm sharing the good luck with my mom. I'm sharing it with her. Sure, you can go king g3, but I mean, am I crazy to think that this is a little bit scary? I don't think I am that crazy. I think the other move looks more natural. The king here feels a little bit worrisome. Let's say that here you go king f1 instead. You can absolutely do that. And then, I don't know, king g6. I mean, yeah, a lot of moves are good here. But I do prefer having the king not allowing this rook to come in. I do prefer that, I think. So this is now going to be an important choice. Should she go king e1? Should she go king f2? But I'm going to look into my mom to see how she's doing. She's looking at her clock, but she has plenty of time. Time is not, a problem here, I think. I don't think the time is the problem right now. Okay, I'm getting very excited. I am getting very, very, very excited. Okay, she's about to make a move. No. I thought she was, but I can feel in her face that she's about to make a move. The other girl is world champion right now. Exactly. Exactly. This girl that we're seeing right now is the female world chess champion. And she's also had a fantastic year in chess. So, yeah. This is really cool to see my mom playing such a strong player. Okay. Let's continue. Also, king f1 loses, by the way. Because of this. Just want to make that clear. It is crucial that my mother... Whoops, sorry. It is crucial that my mother... Sorry. Why are all the moves playing themselves? There we go. It is crucial that my mom wins this pawn because otherwise these two pawns together are going to win the game. So yeah. There's two options. I think she's going to go king e1. Do you think she's going to go king e1 or king f2? People watching this right now, let me know in chat. Do you think she's going to go king e1 or king f2? I think she's going to go king e1. But the thing that king f2 has is the fact that it does seem nice to feel like this pawn is protected, but it feels scary to know that the rook is going to be able to come in. She can't just take this rook. No. Knights move in this shape, and the king is right now in check. And unfortunately, in chess, the king is more important than a rook. So you must move the king right now. You cannot take the rook. She is in check. So she has to move the king. King has to go to one of these two squares. This would just allow for the rook to check and then for the pawn to move. So one of these two moves must happen in this position. And she's right now considering both. She's probably counting very deep. She's probably, looking at several lines into the future, what move she should do. But I think she's going to go king e1. I think she's going to do this. And I am wrong once again. I was wrong with rook b7. I was wrong with rook a6. My mom goes king f2. So, okay, I am wrong again. It's still very much fine. Obviously, still very much fine. Do I not know my mom? Maybe I just haven't watched enough chess games from my mom lately. You guys are probably right. Maybe I just haven't watched it. How many times did I guess correctly the stream? Most of the times, but not this time. Not in the crucial moments, to be fair. Not in the crucial moments. So, king f2, what are we about to see now? Well, The only move that I was telling you before that looked scary was rook d3. There could be rook d5 with the simple idea that if knight takes b6, there's rook d2 check. But even this and king f1, I guess the scary part here is that, yeah, after this, there could be some checks. But this also looks very... I think my mom thinks that this is very easy to play no matter what. And this should be very easy to play no matter what. Who is allowed to play in this tournament? The strongest chess players in the world. There's 6 people that are invited in each section, in the open section and in the female section. So 6 of the world's best chess players are playing in the open section, including Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Farusha, Pragnanda, and Fabiana Caruana. And in the female section, we have 6 of the world's best female chess players participating. One of them being Wenjun, who's the current female world chess champion. We also have the female number 3 over here. We also have Vaishali, the sister of Pragnananda, that is actually leading the tournament right now. She's young, she's super strong. She just became a grandmaster. And we also have Anna Musichuk playing. We have Lei Tingje playing. We have lots of really strong players playing here. Hampi Koneru. Lots of really strong female chess players. And we also have my dad. My dad is here. People, say hi to my dad. He's about to join. Everybody welcome him. Hola. Hello, Dad.
Hello, hello.
The camera is over there. Okay.
Hello.
Wait, Dad, I'm going to bring... Do you want to sit? I can stand up. You can sit here if you want. Yeah, she won king f2. King e1, you're saying? Dad, can you try to speak English?
Okay. I think it's better king e1.
Yeah, I know. We were saying this too.
Yeah, king e1, sure, because
Yeah.
look, king e1.
Yeah, no, I know. We were saying king e1 as well. That's what we were talking about.
What do you play here?
No, I know. It's just a draw, right? Rook d3.
Yeah, 9 take.
Knight takes.
King.
King d2. Only move rook b3.
Yes, but now you have 9 e7.
Knight d7.
Check and f7.
Dad, were you...
F8.
Yeah. Did you think about all of this yourself during I was watching this?
Yes, I see in the game.
Yeah, because you know the thing is that my dad is sitting in the playing hall. Yeah. There's no eval bar, obviously, in the playing hall. There's nothing. So my dad saw all of this just himself.
Are you TV before with the...
Yeah, I was looking with the engine.
Okay. I see
Yeah.
all the time,
Dad, you are an engine.
I think it's very easy, draw. Now,
yeah, this and
check, they check.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, but now she played king f2. Why do you think she played king f2?
I don't know. No, maybe it's king e1, very, very normal move.
Yeah, yeah. It's that's what we were saying as well.
Now, this king is not good here because he can play rook d2 in one moment. And king g3.
Yeah, that is what we were saying, that it's a little bit scary.
No. But king e1 is
yeah.
I am very happy, but I come here when I see playing out king e1, it will be draw. I want to tell you this. When I see the king f2,
No!
What is this? King f2?
You were going to tell me that she had played king f2. No!
I come before she played.
Yeah, you didn't see what move she had played. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. But okay, I mean, this is, the...
Okay, it's not very bad, but it's much better to play the other
It's
one.
easier practically, I think. So now she has to take on b6.
Yeah, of course. And now probably we play check.
Check, and now what happens if king f1?
King f1,
because king g3 looks a little scary, Knight here, king h3. What happens if king f1?
Yeah, but you can play formate also with the king h5 one moment, with the knight and the king, I don't know. No, but king f1.
King f1 maybe? No? Rook d1? Okay, we go up, right? Not a problem.
No, but now, no, the problem now is 93 probably.
Knight d3?
Yes.
Yeah, and here...
Because the threat is to play rook f2 check, king g1, and rook attack the knight is mate also, and mate. The king here, the knight is here, this is the threat.
Yeah, here the threat, I'm going to show it, is to go check, king here, rook there, threatening mate and the knight.
It's because I don't like this move.
But you can maybe go rook a3.
One moment, no, I see one move now. Back. Now you have maybe rook d8? What happened with rook d8?
Yeah, rook d8.
What happened with rook d8?
Rook d8, king, what, because now you cannot, go for this.
No, 94, I want to play 94.
Yeah. And then go king up. Yeah, actually what happens? This,
but
knight
king
c4.
King e1 much better. Yeah, it's different, of course.
Rook f2.
Oh, knight takes rook takes knight also.
No, because it's check.
Yeah, but king e1, and now what do you do with the knight?
You go rook c2. That's what I was thinking,
Okay.
threatening the knight.
Yeah, but you have rook take d3. Okay, I want to say, I don't know, this.
Is this an easy draw?
Normally this is draw. Yeah, normally this, but of course now you need to play immediately king f2. This is immediately.
But is it easy or how
No,
easy?
it's not easy, but I think it's easy draw.
The only person that can win is black, right? Like black has the winning chances here.
You know, I am very optimistic. I'm white. I want to play. I want to win with white.
But Dad, how are you gonna win this with white? Black has the pass, but how are you gonna win this with white?
No, but of course, if the king is you need to get the king g3. Minimum.
Yeah. You have to get the king up over here, but
No, this I think this position is draw.
yeah.
But I think it's draw easier before.
With king
King
e1.
e1 is draw. Yes, I see this check with the trick with 9ft check.
Yeah. Are you happy with how Mom has played so far the game? She has played
No,
very
she
well,
played
right?
Very well. She played very well. Yes, very difficult position. Moment.
Yeah.
And I don't see this maneuver what might be Mama play. No?
With
But-
rook a6?
Yes.
Yeah, this was very nice.
Yeah,
Rook a6? Because I thought here she was going to play rook b7.
No, it's not good. It's not good.
But,
Because you take pawn.
yeah, but this is what we're like.
No, first rook d6.
Yeah, rook d6, but look at this, Dad. Look at this. Now we just go something like g4, h4. And you can never take here because knight takes c5.
No, the problem is you play now in this position c4.
c4 and knight, what happens if knight d2?
And then d2.
I know knight d2 looks scary. Yeah, you're right. What about knight d4? Sorry, I just want to see.
And then d4. Now you take this pawn. This because I think it's not good.
You don't like it,
No,
but can you
no.
not go knight b5?
No, you can't.
Okay, I think the engine thinks it's okay, but it looks very scary practically.
No, rook d3 probably.
Yeah, rook d3.
And c2.
And I wanted to take-
C3. Oh, c3 is not possible because knight take.
Yeah, that's the idea that there's. But this looks scary.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it.
Yeah, but I thought she was gonna play rook b7.
91, yes. Take everything.
Knight d1, but then we take here. Because you can never push because this is hanging. Also, can I just say that I am looking at this with an engine and my dad is not, so this is unfair.
The king e1 is very.
But yeah. So this is a little bit unfair, but
I think Mama forget 9f8 check this move.
you think so?
Yeah, I think
But
so.
do you not think that she saw, because this is the current position, do you not think that here she saw all of this, but she thought that this was better? Do you think she missed it?
You know, the normal move is king e1, of course.
So you think that she missed, you think that,
I don't know why she don't play this move. The only move now what Black can play is rook d3 is only move,
yeah.
only practical move.
But then this is instant.
Yeah.
Yeah, this.
Now the nice move. Attack the pawn and draw with this also.
Yeah.
Ay, Mama.
And what happens if this?
Check.
Ah, and you
Check,
take
check.
with check.
Yeah, of course.
King f7.
And now you have many moves, but the normal moves to play here, you had two moves.
Okay, moves have happened. This is the current position, Dad.
Yeah,
Knight
of
takes b6. Yeah, this is the current position.
Now I'm sure he will play rook d2 check. I am sure about this.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
rook d2 check. And the question is then, do you think she will play king f1 or king g3?
You know, in principle, I like to play king g3.
You do?
Yes, I don't like king f1. It's a very passive move, and I want to attack all the time.
Yeah, and there's always the threats of checkmate.
Yeah,
So king g3, let's look at this.
This is logical move, yes. This is logical move. Also, sometimes you can play for mate.
h4, h5.
Yeah, and 9 and g6, and g6 mate, with mate and h5. This is the threat. To play
Okay, move has happened. Rook d2 check.
king g3.
You think this is what Mom is going to play?
Yeah, of course.
She played it instantly.
You play?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, good. Yeah, and okay, I prefer king e1 before, but now it's okay to play this position. She don't play the best move, but okay. Now,
Knight e2.
now king g4.
King g4?
Yes, of course.
Wait, I didn't even think about this.
No, also king for is possible, but I don't know.
Wait, the king is going up?
Yes, I want to play for mate.
So wait, what happens here? Knight c3? And you just go with g3?
No, g3. Yeah.
Wow. And you give this up?
No, you know, I can play rook d8 if I want. Rook e8.
What happens if you go knight d7 here? To go check and then...
This is also good. It's because I want to play the king active. Because if you play h5, I play king g5 and now mate. King g5 mate.
It's actually mate.
Yes. It's because I like this.
This is so funny.
You need to play active all the time. You know.
Yeah, this is actually so funny. Look
You
at
know,
this.
you know, it's mate. Look, the knight, the first is 9 f8 check.
Yeah.
King g8, 9 g6 check, king f7, and rook f8 mate.
Yeah, so let me show this.
Yeah, check, mate. It's mate. It's mate.
This or this, same.
Mate,
It's going to be mate.
Mate. Yeah.
Wait, this is amazing, Dad.
Yeah, it's because active all the time.
Yeah. So king g3.
Probably this don't happen, but
No.
you see, Mama played 91%.
99.6% accuracy.
Play fantastic, yeah.
And then it's, 99.6% accuracy.
Yeah, no, nice game. It's a good game. Yes.
Are you proud?
Yeah. No. You know.
Let's go, Mom!
You want something? Do you want something or coffee?
Yes, a coffee would be
You want
amazing.
coffee?
Yeah.
I
Do you want
take
coffee as
coffee,
well?
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
You come back, yeah? Okay. Dad is taking a little coffee break. And he's bringing coffee as well. My dad is Spanish, and my dad is a grandmaster as well, by the way. For the people that don't know, my dad is a grandmaster. And my dad and my mom met through chess, and my dad used to coach my mom back in the day. So my dad has literally worked with chess with my mom for 40 years or 30 years or something. Yeah, they've worked with chess, for a long time together. So that is why my dad, I think, also really understands the way that my mom thinks in chess in a way that I don't. So yeah. Very, very, very fun. Okay, I'm getting very excited. Wenjun has an hour and 3 minutes, only 20 minutes more than my mom, but this game could go crazy. I don't even understand. Is my mom playing for the win? Is that why she played king f2 and she's doing all this? She thought king e1 was too easy of a draw? Imagine, she might actually be playing for the win. I don't even know anymore. I have no idea. DK Peter, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you. Your dad coached mom? My dad coached mom, and my dad would travel with my mom to all chess tournaments, and he still does. That's why he's coming here. My mom doesn't like traveling to chess tournaments if my dad doesn't join. In fact, she started saying that if she goes somewhere, my dad has to be able to come as well. All right. You didn't want any coffee yourself? Okay, this is a funny story. If you speak Spanish, you will understand it. They told my dad off because the coffee machine was making too much noise. So the arbiter told my dad that he couldn't make any coffee, and that's why my dad didn't bring coffee for himself. He only brought coffee for me because he got told off by the arbiter. It's so funny. Dad, sit down. You can take the seat.
Two mates here, huh?
Dad, you're looking at the checkmates?
I like the plan h4, h5, of course, because you have knight and g6 will be made 4.
So I have a question, Dad.
Yes.
Do you think she played king f2 because she wants to play for the win?
No, because the other move is terrible. Never you can play one rook ending with the king passive. Never.
No, but I mean, instead of playing king e1,
no,
do you think she played king f2 because she wants to play for the win?
No. Mama, I think very happy with draw.
Yeah. Did she say that before the round? What did she think before the round?
Before the round, she draw is very good.
Yeah. So, by the way, Dad, did she prepare this opening today?
Yes.
She did.
Yeah.
So
No,
this is preparation.
Because she can play Ninth India or this gambit. And
Yeah.
I said before the game, I said to Mama, she will play King Gambit today, not Inth
Queen's
India.
Gambit.
Queen Gambit, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably she think about this.
Did my mom prepare for a long time this morning? How long did she prepare for?
Oh, yeah, maybe 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
I prepared with her also.
You prepared with her, yeah.
Yes.
No, so my dad is helping with preparations here during the tournament.
In this position, the best move is king g4 is the best move. But probably Mama want to play king h3 because she don't want to lose one pawn. But the best move is king g4. But probably she will play if she play this check.
So this is the game.
Ah, it's the game.
Yeah.
And she play king d3.
King h3, yes.
You see, I know Mama very well. No, king g4 is fantastic move. I don't know why you don't play king g4. Sacrifice the pawn in h pawn to play for mate.
Dad wants to play
Yeah,
for
yeah,
mate.
Yeah, if I am white, I play king g4.
You play king g4?
Yes, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, after g3, sacrifice the pawn, h pawn.
Yeah. But okay, but this is, I mean, this is, the computer
no.
thinks this is fine still as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, nothing happened, but it's...
So now, what is the scary thing that can happen here?
No.
Rook d3?
Rook d3 is not good, I think. Rook d3?
I don't know. What are you scared about?
Rook d3, I play rook c8.
But do you really want to give up this pawn?
Yeah, but I take this pawn as equal pawns. And white is better because...
But knight f4 check, is this not scary?
King g3 again? No, it's not, no.
Okay.
No.
But so what are you scared about here? If black, you know, look at this from black's point of view. What are you
Yes.
scared of? Look at this from black's point of view. What do you think here could be good?
I think the best move for black is to play...
Sorry, I shouldn't be switching it. Sorry. This is going to be confusing for
sorry,
viewers.
yes.
I'm going to put it like this.
So it's the best move for black.
Or what are you scared of? Because, you know, knight...
No, if white take the pawn in c5, the game is completely draw. This is clear.
But, I mean, let's say you go some... Like, is there anything scary here?
g5 is very bad move. No, you play g5, you will lose maybe. g5, look, you play g5.
What are you scared of with g5?
Rook, probably rook. You have to move. I like rook c8.
Rook
G5,
c8?
rook c8, yes.
Because I wanted to... I don't know if you can... Maybe this is crazy, but I wanted to... No. But okay, but then what does she do here? What does Wenjun do? I mean...
You don't know. I think the normal move is to play rook c2.
Rook
This is
c2?
the normal move for me, yeah, for black.
But then can you now not go knight d7 and then play for this?
Yeah, but now you can play maybe
King g6?
or maybe g5 or g6. Maybe no g5, maybe g5.
And now you want to play g5.
Yeah, because now you don't have nothing with g5.
But g5 check and we take here with check, no?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, g5 is not possible.
No, I think king
This
g6. King g6?
But now you have one very good move, I think. Now you have maybe rook f8. Well, when they went to see rook f8, the threat is rook 95 check. Maybe.
Knight f8 check?
No, you had this problem with this position. The problem is I play rook c8. You know, I win the pawn because you play c4, I take rook take c4.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, this is a nice move. You cannot defend it because this?
Check, rook take.
Yeah, you can take it if you want to draw. Yeah.
No, now I play for win in this position, sorry.
Can you go knight takes 95 check and just take it? Do you have to try to go for the win?
No, I prefer to take the pawn with the rook. I take with the rook better. I prefer with the rook.
Because I'm just thinking, where does the king go, you know?
No, king h7 again.
King h7? I just want to see this.
No, not this.
You have to take with the rook here
All the
then.
time with the rook. It's because I prefer to take immediately.
With the rook, yeah.
But it is the threat, yes.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, because now you can go rook takes here as well.
Yeah.
Rook takes knight check and then you have this.
Yeah, of course. Now white can play for win.
Yeah. It's going to be a pawn up, so it's impossible to lose.
Yeah.
So maybe this is actually not... Maybe this is nice for her.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to play for win for black. I don't know.
I don't know what you do.
Okay, you can win one tempo. I don't know.
But okay, let's say you go here to attack the pawn. What happens? I just want to see. Can we go knight here to try to defend it and then win this pawn?
No, this is very passive move. I want to take I want to play 9.
But I just want to
no,
see.
not possible to play 97, of course. Yeah. What you rook here? Okay.
So let's see this. We cannot go here. So you wanted to go rook c8, and I guess this is just a draw right now as well.
Yeah,
Maybe this is the
This is
easiest.
completely draw.
Yeah.
Nothing
This
to
is the
play.
easiest.
There's nothing to play.
Yeah, this is the
It's
easiest.
completely draw.
Yeah.
No, I play very well, you know, very difficult position.
Yeah.
But he played very well in this tournament, all the games, you see, because he played against three players with more 100 points more than Mama.
Yeah.
And if may draw today, I don't know, but if he made it today, it's fantastic, 3 draws.
No, that would be amazing. Because she's the lowest rated in the tournament, so
Yes,
every
yes.
point that she gets is really good.
Because he played yesterday against number 3 in the world.
Yeah.
Against China, today against number 1 in the world. Cornelius number 4 or 5, I don't know. It's fantastic.
Aww. And how is mom in the Armageddon?
How is it?
Mom in Armageddon. Is she struggling? Is it difficult for her, do you think?
Yeah, it's difficult for her. Yeah. You because más slow player. Well, yo por ejemplo 10 minutes, nomás having 7 minutes.
Oh no.
The important is not, this game is not important. For the points, yes, but for Mama is more important the ranking. To
Ah.
win ranking, of course, because this game is not for ranking. This
Yeah,
game
yeah.
is not for ranking.
Yeah.
No, the important game is the classical game.
So she's mostly caring about the rating because she's gaining rating every time she draws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Mama made draw the last time she played against Wenjun, the world champion. She made draw also.
Ah,
The
really?
Last, and, yeah, and
I thought she'd always lost against her.
No. She made draw in where is the tournament in Monaco maybe. No, in Olympia maybe. No, Olympia no.
No, Sweden.
In Grand Prix.
There's no way Sweden played China in the Olympics. Sweden is not good enough.
No, in the Grand Prix.
In the Grand Prix.
Yeah, Grand Prix. I remember now.
Yeah.
In the last round, also in the tournament.
Oh,
The last
really?
round.
So she's drawn, but she has also lost, no? To Wenjun, or has she only drawn?
No, she lost some games. I played many times with Ju and Ju.
Ah.
In Rapid and Blitz, because I played in China.
Yeah.
Okay, but the game is not finished still.
But look, here we have the
game
players,
is not
Dad.
finished. Sorry?
Here we have them.
You want to sit?
No. But here you can see Mom and Wenjun.
Uh-huh.
You see?
In one moment, I think Mama's completely lost.
Really?
Yes, in one moment. But now she played very well, and I see also one very nice line for to make the draw. She don't play my line, but she play another line, but it's okay also. The computer say this equal, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is equal, yes.
Yeah.
It's equal.
No, I think.
I remember this game, the last time she played with Wenjun, Mama made draw, the last round, remember? I said it
Yeah.
before. I remember the president for the Monaco, the team for Mama, want to make one picture to Ju Wenjun, and she said, no! She's very irritated and made this draw. Say, no.
No, because Wenjun wants to win, of course. You know, she wants to be.
No, she like to play all that. How is Mama move or is black move, no?
Wait. What just happened?
Position? This is the position?
Yes, wait. What just happened?
This is the position. This
King H3? No? Sorry, let me reload. No, this is the position. Sorry.
This is the position.
This is the position, sorry. Sorry. This was my line.
My
You're hard.
the problem, black had problem because 9d7. Okay, if you play rook 92, 9d7 is completely draw immediately.
Rook C2, you said?
It's immediately draw. 9d7.
Yeah.
You need to play the king and rook c8, and now you win the pawn.
Okay, what happens if you go just random move? What happens if you go here? King G6. You just go Rook C8?
Rook c8, yes.
Rook C2 and Knight D7, and it's the same thing as before. If
Like
this...
before, yes, and you need to play this now.
No, here almost, Ju needs to go for the draw.
Draw, yeah.
Bam, right?
Yeah, but maybe I don't want draw now. Yes. Maybe I want to play for to win. No, draw. I am happy with draw.
Now you want to win, Dad.
This is draw. This is draw. Yes, completely draw.
Yeah. No, this would be a draw.
I think in one moment maybe Black want to play perpetual chess because it's possible to play Mama better.
Yeah. At some point, maybe this is what has to
If she
happen.
don't play well.
Yeah. At some point, it might be Knight G1, Knight E2 that has to happen there. Yeah. Okay. Has anything happened? No. King H3. This is the current position. I think now it's a difficult moment for Ju Wenjun. She needs to make a big decision.
All the time?
52 minutes for Ju Wenjun, 38 for Mom.
38.
Yeah.
He don't have. You don't have a plus seconds.
Increment.
No. Only you play 40 moves without
Increment.
Out increment, and after 40 moves, you have 10 seconds for each move.
Okay, but they're in move 34. It's move 34.
Yeah, you will have 10 seconds after each move, but no more.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary at the
But
time.
this position I think is easier to play now.
But Mom has played really quickly.
Yeah, no. See. But I'm gonna tell you this morning, she will play Queen's Gambit.
And you were right, Dad.
Yeah. I think she played to 10 to 2 o'clock, 4 hours, 10 to 4 hours.
From 10 to 2 o'clock.
10 to
And then
2.
she had... And my mom has like a routine that after she gets food and then she gets some rest, right?
But I prepare the game in the night.
You prepare the game in the night and then
And then
Yeah.
today I prepare the game for tomorrow, for example.
this night. Yeah. And then you help mom. It's very fun. Wenjun is still thinking.
Yeah, no, it's difficult to play for to win for her, you know.
Yeah.
Because you have 4 pawns together, white head, and you have 3 island pawns.
Yeah.
One with pawn in c5, one
Bam,
with
one
in
pawn
e6,
island, one pawn
and
island,
two
one pawn island.
Stupid pawns because this pawn is nothing to. It's not dangerous.
But Dad, how do they decide the color of Armageddon?
How?
How do they decide the color of Armageddon? If this is a draw?
No, play the same colors.
The same. So
the
mom
same.
is white.
No
matter what, yeah.
But the problem is the China players play all the Chinas play very well in Blitz.
Yeah.
Also
yeah.
the other one have 2 draws, but she win these 2 games.
Yeah,
also.
yeah.
And also Wenjun also the same.
Yeah, so she's good
Win
at
all the games with
Armageddon.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
difficult.
Yeah, so you think that she will...
She play very well. No.
Because also if my mom is white, she needs to win.
For Mama, yeah, of course.
That's the problem as well. Draw is not
You know,
enough.
for Mama, draw is fantastic. No important. It's not important.
No importa.
It's not important.
Yeah.
You know, the problem is how to defend this pawn.
Yeah.
Because with the knight it's not impossible to defend. Okay, you can play. Yeah, you can play maybe 98 and
Sorry.
93. 98.
Knight c8 or
For to defend this pawn, yeah, 9 here.
knight c8?
But now the problem you have 9. No, you don't defend because I play. Sorry. You have, yeah, maybe this is possible to play like this, maybe. Maybe like this is possible to play this.
To play knight d3. And now, because knight d7 is not possible now.
Yeah, this is possible to play maybe for her.
Okay, move has happened.
What happened? What he play?
h5.
H5. H5.
h5 is on the board.
How's the idea? H5. I want to see. Check here. H5.
I guess maybe they used to go here, here, maybe this to win this pawn?
No. I want to see. Maybe she want to play for me with the king also. I don't know. I want to see a moment.
I think they used to go h4 and win the g2 pawn.
Rook c8, what do you want? If Rook c8, what happens? I want to see what happens if Rook c8 first. Because now you win the
But
pawn.
rook c8, I'm thinking knight g1 check,
King
g3,
King g3.
and h4 check. King takes h4, rook takes g2.
No.
But we lose the pawn otherwise.
Yes, I take the pawn, yes, of course, yeah. Rook take.
g2. So rook c1,
See, I want to see.
knight g1.
Check. One moment, one moment. Because you had 2 moves.
No, this, we just lose the pawn.
Yeah, King g3, yeah?
This, and we have to take, otherwise we lose the pawn.
Yes, okay.
And rook takes g2. This is what I think is the idea.
This is dangerous because you could take Nina free check. No, this is dangerous. No, this is dangerous.
Yeah, but I think that's why, I think this is the idea.
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I want. Check here, check. This is dangerous, yes.
This is a smart idea.
You know why she's world champion, no? now you know why.
Yeah.
She played well. This is a good move. At the moment, maybe you play f4, it's the same problem. Check here, check, take. Okay, it's one difference. Maybe the best move here.
I'm thinking, okay, no.
If I play immediately king h4, I need to play with the knight, and you attack my pawns. No, king h4 is not very, no, I don't like it. Okay, what happens if I play g4? I want to see on this.
G4?
G4, yeah, g4. What happens here? Pawn take is a terrible move, because I take with the king, it's like that. It's okay.
Yeah.
This only move now is probably 9 check, 9g1 check.
Knight g1 check, king
now-
g3.
Yes.
Now if
And now-
h4,
Now you need
we
to play.
take it. Or if h4,
I take, but the 9 take f3 check. Sorry. 9 take f3 check is the problem.
there's this
Yeah,
pawn that's
no,
hanging.
This is dangerous. Yeah. No, take. Back. This is a good move. You see.
What if you go f4? The
Yeah.
idea is that if this, you can go maybe
No, no, it's not possible.
Okay, now the pawn is not hanging at least. After rook takes g2, this is not hanging.
Yeah, but nine f3 king. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah, this is good. This is probably now nine d7.
Yes. And because if this, I mean, we go here. Right? If this, we just go king g3, the rook is hanging. If the rook goes somewhere, we have knight f8 check, king h6. Okay, but this is not a threat, right? Because king here. So we can
No, but now you can play rook.
a6 or rook c8 maybe.
Rook e6, yes, rook a6.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is good move, rook a6.
Oh, this is complicated.
No, rook a6 is good move.
No, but I mean the position with
yeah.
h5. So maybe f4 is maybe f4 is good here. To have it so that this pawn is defended.
Yeah, I think so also.
Hmm.
You know, h5 is good also because you had a square for the king h6. After knight f8 check, you had this square. This is very important.
Hmm.
And maybe the best move here. Maybe the best move is rook d8, rook e8. You know, the problem is the pawn in c5. I need to stop this pawn. Yeah.
This pawn, right? Yeah.
But first f4 I think is a good move. I think Mama will play f4.
But do you think it's an easy move to find?
Yes, it's easier. Because also black can play g5. Maybe it's dangerous, no?
Yeah, g5 and.
No. F4 is a good move. I'm sure. But if there's one problem also. F4 is not good because you play rook d3 maybe.
Okay, let's rook d3, knight c4.
F4 rook d3.
Knight c4. Ah, knight takes here. Wait, let's see.
F4.
Wait. f4, rook d3, threatening this with check. Okay, but what happens if we go para arriba?
What move?
Dad, listen to this.
Yes.
f4,
Yeah.
rook d3, king up. Rook takes, knight d7.
Yeah.
Do you think it works?
Maybe. Only I will be very quiet if Mama take the pawn in c5. This is the only pawn I had. This pawn is very important.
The hard attack.
Yeah, this pawn is very important to take. If you
Yeah.
take this pawn, I think the game will be drawn. You need to take this pawn.
And not lose everything else
know
in the
Mama
meantime.
will think now very, very much.
You think so?
Yes, I think so. And here, I think that I still want to see this line with rook c8 because this is normal move rook c8. I want to see again this line.
Rook c8.
Okay, you play check, of course. And now one moment. This you take the pawn. It's not.
But that here we get checkmated. If this knight f3, we get checkmated. Almost.
No, I want to see one. I want to see king h4 anyway. I want to see. It's not, probably it's not good. I want to see. Yeah, it's not good. It's terrible move. It's terrible. No, it's mess. No, king h4 is not good. Check. King g3 is only move. Okay.
And now the scary move is this.
Yes. It's what. And I want to see king f4. Because you don't
King
lose,
f4.
Yeah, but you don't lose these pawns now. I want to see king f4. Probably this is the best move.
King f4,
Yeah,
and now rook takes g2.
And now rook takes c5. Because this pawn, h pawn is not dangerous.
But what happens if rook takes h2?
Okay, first move. Now you have rook h5 check, but maybe I can play this move. But anyway, it's important to see this move. No. Now you have. I need to activate the knight.
Because this is a threat as well, you know?
No, it's not. Still is not. I want to play 9 d7.
Knight d7.
Yes.
Okay, what happens if I I don't know what to do. Let's say I push the pawn.
I want to lose.
I don't know, Dad. I want to win.
You want to lose or win?
I want to win.
Check.
Mom will never do something this crazy, I think. Mom will play much more like...
Yeah. Check. Here, rook here. Now, careful, because I have one very good move. I want to attack the knight with the rook, but I don't know if it's not good. Probably it's not good, no? Check. Okay, rook h5 check. What happened?
King g8.
Only move because you play.
Yeah, we lose the knight. But there's this move.
Ow, now, oh, now I'm happy. Now I'm happy. Rook g5? No, it's not good. But,
Mom is never going to do any of this, by the way. Mom is very positional. We are playing crazy chess. Me and Dad are imagining a parallel world where my mom would enter something like this. My mother is the highest rated in the family because she plays very positional.
You need to have, before you promote this pawn, you lose many tempos. How? Because you need to defense. You had a pawn in...
Okay, but this is so scary, Dad. Rook f2, isn't this scary?
Yeah, but you play after h2. Okay, I want to show one. I play knight e5. What happened? What do you play? I want to see only this move.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe even e5 check. The idea is that if takes...
No, king e4, king e4.
King e4, okay. But I don't know. g6, where's the rook going? Here?
Yeah, probably. No, here, no. Rook, here.
Then if, I don't know. The rook can go somewhere here, no? Threatening the knight, threatening check.
You have pawn here. Never you can. Okay,
yeah, but what do you do now?
Nine.
We're losing the rook.
Okay, no possible.
And if you go here, there's king g7.
Yeah, it's dangerous, very dangerous.
No. Let's see, has any move happened? No, h5 is the last move. I think Mom is going to spend a long time here.
Yeah. Only the problem is when she had 10 seconds each move, this maybe made mistakes.
Yeah. No, she needs to play fast now.
Check. Play fast, yes. I think she will play rook c8, but okay, I want to g4 is not good. No, g4 is not good, no, probably because with g4 maybe I eliminate this pawn. This is important to eliminate this pawn. This pawn. If g4, what happened? 9 check, king g3, pawn take.
I think my mom is getting stressed because she didn't see this.
No.
I think Mom didn't see this, you know?
She don't see, but also you don't see.
Nobody saw this. So probably that's why I'm saying that she's looking a lot at the clock and stuff right now. I think it's because she is a little bit worried about the fact that she didn't see this idea.
h4, fantastic. This is a good move, very good move. And what happens? I play king h4 immediately. Oh, 9. You play 9 g1 probably.
No, but maybe g4 is okay. What happens here if g4?
No, check. 9 check first.
Knight g1 check,
Yes.
king g3,
h4 check.
king take. But is this really that bad? Knight takes f3? We go here, no?
Yes, you need to take with the knight, only move. Yeah, no, it's nice.
No, because now rook a1, no?
You're right. Yeah, because the knight, yes, you're right. Yeah, it's okay. But you know something, not rook e1, also rook c8 is completely draw. Rook c8 also.
No, but this is good, I
This is the
think.
best move, of course. But if I take this pawn, it's 2 against 2.
Yeah, it's a draw.
This is draw, yeah.
Maybe g4 is, your move is good, g4.
Yeah, g4, yeah.
Yeah.
g4 is a very good move. Because I want to eliminate this each pawn. This is the dangerous. Only this is dangerous.
Dad, do you want to give Mom some more moral support and then you can come back in the time trouble?
Yeah, yes, I will support. Okay.
Go and give Mom some support.
Good luck.
I'll see you later. Thank you, Dad, for coming here. Right. I'll see you later. Chat, say thanks to Dad for coming here for a little bit. We're going to sit down here and my dad is going to give her moral support. He's going back to the room. He's going back to the room to sit close to Mom. Well, not that close, but relatively close. Okay, all right. She has 25 minutes. I'm starting to get a little bit worried because she has half the time. She needs to do 4 more moves before she gets 10-second increment, but even 10-second increment is very little per move. Like, it's extremely little. They're playing over the board. That's the time it takes to write down your move. So, extremely little. I actually think she might play g4, you know? It was the move that my dad saw. I think somehow f4 just feels a little bit scary. But I also feel like I've been wrong every single time about my mom's moves. Because I'm worried here about rook d3. This to me does not seem clear at all. Here, apparently the best move is to go g3 and sacrifice this pawn. What human being does this? The only idea is to play king h4, to then play king g5 and try to go for a checkmate. But what human does this? I mean, we are sitting here with our pawns. We don't want to be a pawn down. This to me looks really scary. I think g4 is the most human move, which is also a good move. Because if takes, okay, then we take with the king. If rook d3, we have knight c4. If you start threatening, we have rook a4. This is what to me looks like the most logical thing to do. So here, so the question is also, after h5, g4, what happens if rook d3, threatening this pawn? The thing here, though, is that we can take here. We can take this pawn. And now there's a similar idea to before, where there's this move knight d7, and this king is being cut off by this pawn. So even if we lose several pawns here, I know this now may look a little bit scary. I think king g2 makes more sense. There is this move knight f8. Yeah, but this is maybe very tricky. Because, okay, if you go king somewhere over here, then it's a checkmate. Knight g6 check, there's a checkmate. But the problem is that you go in this position. In this position, after the check, you have king h6. And after knight takes, you go rook takes h5. And then this is a draw easy because you trade, but like, I don't know, is this too far away for my mom to see? Like, this is crazy, I feel like. This is crazy. And what happens here if you go king h6 and if you take with the king, then you win the rook, yeah. I don't know if this is too crazy for my mom to see. Malinois, thank you so much for resubscribing 9 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, yeah, let's see. My mom is thinking. 22 minutes. Slowly but surely, time is ticking down. I really hope my mom saves a draw. She's going to be so happy if she saves a draw. She looks worried though. Like, you can tell that her body language is a lot more worried than what it was before, like in the beginning. Alderon, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you. 50 minutes versus 20. It's going to be important to keep the time the whole time. All right, this is right now the current position, everybody. This is the current position. I think the g4 looks like a good move. f4 is a good move. I think it is a little bit scary if she enters exactly what Wenjun wanted to play with this idea. Feels a little bit scary to allow this. Because takes, knight here, king h3. You're going to be a pawn down, and the only person that can play for a win is black. It's probably around equal because of the fact that you can defend this. Or no, sorry, actually, wait, here my mom is equal pawns. But the problem is here this. The thing is that rook takes h2 doesn't work due to king g3 threatening both of these pieces. So here you go king g3, and then if knight takes h2, you're just going to play against this pawn. And maybe it's fine. Maybe this is what she's calculating. But I think it looks easier to play something like g4 or something like that. This is move number 34. She needs to make 6 more moves before she gets a 10-second increment per move. But even that is very little extra time. 10 seconds. Very little extra time. Very, very little. So, yeah. No, I'm not sure about this. I think rook c8 looks really scary. You have to be very precise. I think practically g4 looks like the best option. g4, rook d3, you threaten this pawn, we take. At least we're not a pawn down. Knight d7, and this at least follows the same line of thought as before. Rook takes f3, king g4. Maybe even king g5. this could be actually a repetition. Because right now we're threatening, you know, if you do something random, there's knight f8 check, you must sacrifice the exchange. Because there's no king h6 now. So this is also an idea, actually. How's my mom looking? I'm starting to get nervous for her. It looks like she's calculated a million lines. From the way that she is right now looking, it looks like she's calculated a million lines. And it looks like she's doesn't really know what decision to make. It looks as if she knows that this is a critical moment in the game, but she's not 100% sure on what decision she should make. Should she go g4? Should she go f4? Can she go rook c8? This is her calculating posture for sure, especially because she's looking at the clock so much. It means that she knows she's calculated for too long, but she still wants to calculate a little bit more. And the reason I know this is because I do this myself. Thank you, Racing Bob, for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I do this exact same thing myself because of the fact that, yeah, it's very easy. And now she does the little jump, and this little jump is also like, okay, I should make a move soon. It's like, it's so funny because I see myself in this. Like, I also, you know, fix my posture whenever I feel like, you know, I've been thinking for too long, I need to do a move. It's like I look at the clock and I start like fixing my posture. I'm starting to think about things that are not deeply calculating. That's what it means. So yeah. And now she goes back into, she falls for the, okay, I'm going to calculate a little bit more. It's literally as if I can enter her brain right now. She has now made the conscious decision that, okay, she's still not sure. She still needs to think a little bit more, which is why she starts sitting like this. So this is exactly what's going on right now. Okay, I think she's about to make a move. Unless she once again folds for the, no, I'm not going to make a move. I think she's close to though. I think she's close to. She is freaking out about the fact that she has 30 minutes less than her opponent. I am 1,000,000% sure about that. She has 30 minutes less. Chat, what move do you think she's going to do? F4, G4, or Rook C8? Or none of them? I really hope she doesn't do something crazy though, like King H4 or something. Or knight D7 is not even possible. She makes a move? Uh-oh. She goes Rook A1, a move that I didn't even consider. Is this good or bad? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, she played Rook A1. We have a move on the table after a long time of thinking. And Rook A1 is not a bad move at all. In fact, wow. Actually, it's the second best move. I left the computer thinking for a long time. And at first, the computer was saying that G4 was the best move. Now it was saying that F4 and Rook A1 are two of the best moves. Rook A1 is a really good move, actually. Wow, we didn't even look at this. The idea of this is obviously that we're just stopping knight G1. Now we're stopping Wenjun's threats. What are the bad things about this? Well, that the little dreams we had about having some fun with knight D7 and doing fun things over here are kind of gone. But what happens, for instance, I'm thinking, what happens if Rook C2? Let's say Rook C2, you must go knight D7 here, or go G4. But what I'm wondering is what happens here if C4. This is what I'm a little bit scared about. King H6, knight takes E6, you know, what is happening here? Can you just push the pawn? Like, this looks scary. This, to me, looks scary. I think my dad, who's sitting next to my mom now, probably had a heart attack when he saw Rook A1. Because it was not any of the moves that we were looking at. Like, I can see my dad just, like, looking with the most surprised face ever, you know? But, yeah. So, what are the different options here? I was scared about this. Other options just to go King G6. Because you cannot go Rook C1. And then she has to go G4 at some point, I think. To kind of get herself out of this whole thing. I think she has to go here at some point. I don't like the fact that Rook A1 feels a little bit passive. I feel like G4 was a move that she probably would have wanted to do anyways. So I did like the idea of going G4 here because of that. But yeah, now Wenjun is thinking. I'm getting very nervous. I really don't want my mom to lose. She has played with 99.6 accuracy so far. I really hope she is able to save this. But yeah, this move completely signifies that she's playing for the draw. If she was playing a little bit for to win, I think g4 makes more sense. Keeping the rook, keeping the knight, keeping these ideas. Now that the rook is gone and these ideas are dead, there's no way she's playing for the win. She's playing for the draw, which makes sense, but sometimes you play less for the draw when you're playing for the draw instead of for the win. Sometimes when you want to play for the draw, you should play for the win. So yeah. Wenjun is extremely strong as well, and she's going to keep the pressure all the way until the end. That is, I'm sure, what she's going to do. So now Wenjun is thinking. I feel like this is her big thinking posture. Feels like she's been kind of looking around before, but now she's very much calculating. Oh, I hope mom is able to save this. If mom loses the first day I arrive here, I feel like I will have jinxed her somehow. Thank you so much, Kismet, for the 17 months. Wenjun is playing fast. Is she trying to pressure mom? G5. G5. Move has already happened on the board. Wenjun just play the move G5. Okay. Yeah. Wow. I mean, is she somehow trying... What is she trying to do? Can you now still... no. I was going to say G4 now, but after G4, H4, this rook moves and it's a checkmate here. There's no way. That looks so scary. The thing, though, that looks so scary. No, there's no way you enter something like this. I don't care what the eval says. I don't care. Thank you, S. Thank you so much for the 8 months. Go, Pia. Thank you, S. Oh, I'm so nervous for my mom. She has 16 minutes. Whew. Okay, so G4, H4. What do you do here? Knight C4 maybe, threatening the rook. Rook C2, knight E5. And my question here is, can you go check for... you can go... No, you cannot, because this. Rook A7, king F6. Knight D7. Sorry, king... Can you go something like king E7? This looks to me insane. No. My heart is aching from seeing this. There's no way. No, this I don't believe in. For my mom. Like, this just feels like the king is escaping, and if the king escapes, the c-pawn promotes. No, okay, so let's see knight c4. I don't like playing g4. Now rook c2, knight e5, c4. She has to go g4 to not get a worse position. You know, this could start getting difficult for my mom because she needs to see this g4 idea or she will lose. Which is which I feel like if she did see, she would have done it here. Why did she not play g4 here? Because now h4 wasn't an option. g5 now, it's a disaster after g takes h5. She needs to see this idea with g4. So g5, knight c4, we threaten the rook. Only move is rook c2, and now the knight has to move, knight e5. And now my question is, what happens if you go c4? Because I'm just going to promote. If you let me, I'm just going to promote. So what I'm wondering is, what happens if we go check now? Yeah, what happens is that there is king here. The king just escapes. Okay, what did she do? Oh, no. Okay, she went rook e1. Okay. The idea of this move, okay. She's playing moves that we're not seeing, and this is starting to scare me a little bit. I mean, it's still fine. It's still very fine. It's just that She's playing moves that we're not seeing, which just feels scary, but it's fine. Maybe this is actually practically better because I will be honest, this knight c4 move, rook c2, knight e5 and g4, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Looked very scary. The c pawn just felt like it was pushing. Now with the rook e1, what is happening is that c pawn cannot push. Let's say that rook c2 to start pushing the pawn. You're not really threatening to push the pawn because there's always knight takes c4. So, yeah, but I wonder, is her idea to go knight c4 there? Is that what she wants to do? Because if rook takes, there's rook takes, knight d7. Maybe that is her idea, with the idea of c4, knight f8 check, king g7 takes, king f6, knight c5. Is this what she wants to do? c3, I'm just looking at the scariest moves, which is to push with this. c3, knight e4 check is the move that makes the most sense. And if now the king moves up, g4. She must see this g4 move. And then she needs to play like this. And what happens if you go something like rook a2? I mean, this thing is gonna... You want me to play this move, computer? What? c2, I'm promoting. Oh, no. There's no way my mom sees this. Absolutely no way she sees this. Oh, this is terrifying. I mean, this is a draw, according to the engine, but this is like insanely difficult to spot. Like giving this insanely difficult to spot. Okay, rook e1 is the previous move. I am starting to get very scared. Oh, I saw it, you're lying. If you saw it, it's because you're doing what I am doing in that moment, and that is to press what the best move is for white all the time. Not a single human being here saw it. Oh, okay. Very, very, very scary right now. All right, so different options, but I do think that the scariest move for Wenjun to do is rook c2. And here, I don't think that my mom's idea is to go knight d7, because I think her idea is to stay here with the knight. Maybe here her idea is to go g4. And this makes more sense to me. Because why would she want to move the knight when right now this move is not possible due to knight takes c4? Doesn't make sense. So maybe here she wants to go g4. But the problem is h4 once again. And maybe now f4. What happens if takes? This is very difficult to calculate. Yeah, feels like my mom is losing the thread of the position, to be honest. Very difficult to do. This is a very, from going from a very equal game to doing something like this, very difficult, I think. You cannot take here because then there's knight takes f4, it takes, and lose the rook. So, this, you have to go king takes h4. If you win this pawn, what happens then? King g5. Also, in my opinion, kind of difficult. Here the idea is to go h4 and start pushing. The idea is that if the knight moves, this is hanging. And the idea is honestly that this pawn cannot move either because then we take here. So honestly, this makes sense, but is this something she's going to do with 14 minutes on the clock? I don't know. This is starting to become very complicated. Very complicated. Yeah. So, king g6, this could be another idea for Wenjun. But then, and the idea of this, I think, is, yeah, just get the king a little bit closer, also avoiding some of these previous checks. G4. Threatening this. Now if H4, can you go for this move now? No, you cannot, because now you're just losing the pawn, yeah. Because now there's no king G5, which is the main point. But here, this is crazy, but here knight C4 maybe. Because if you go rook here, you have knight E5. And then if this, you can start kind of checking around, because the king can never go up, because then this is hanging. Okay, I am getting very nervous. I am getting very, very, very nervous. Let me look at my mom. How's she doing? My mom looks scared. My mom looks a little bit worried. She does not look super confident right now, in my opinion. How does Ju look? Ju looks confident, in my opinion. Oh, sorry. My mic, sorry. Is it better now? I think she looks pretty confident. Oh. Can you talk to each other during this match? No. Can you imagine my mom and Ju and June striking a conversation right now? Like, what's up, Ju? How are you doing? Are you enjoying this? No. They cannot. They cannot. In serious chess tournaments, that is not something you do. Oh, I am so... Anna, check my connection. Is my mic bad right now? Okay. Just in case, I'm going to keep it. I should be able, you guys should be able to hear me. Do you hear me? Oh, it's when I'm charging it. It doesn't have a lot of battery. Maybe the game will finish before it dies. Maybe the game will finish before it dies. Preach. Okay, let's go back here. I am very nervous. I honestly am terrified of these next few minutes. And also, I fully understand why my mom feels the way she does when I'm playing chess. Because also, I trust my mom. She's a grandmaster. But, you know, I am more of a... I can do any move when I'm competing in chess. So I get why she gets super nervous when I'm playing. But yeah, all right, let's look at the options again. I was like, where's my mom's rook? But it's over here. Options right now for June. It's her turn. She has plenty of time. Options. Rook c2, one option. Rook c2, one option. Now let's say that June does something random. I don't even know what something random is, but let's say she does something completely random. Like h4. Then my mom's idea is to go knight c4. And after something like rook c2, her idea is to go knight e5. And now this knight is very well placed. If something like king g7 to try to eliminate it, there is king g4, for instance. So this looks quite good. This looks quite good. This is not something to be scared of. Now rook c2 is the move that I think looks scariest to start advancing. And now she must find g4. h4 and f4. She must find this. Because if she doesn't find this, if she plays something random, this pawn is pushing c4. You go knight over here. c3. It's just slowly but surely, this pawn, it's going to be unstoppable. You're going to go rook here, you're going to push, and you're going to make a queen. Because this knight is defending the promotion square. So this is the problem right now. This is the problem right now. I mean, okay, g4 is not forced, but what I am seeing is, yes, okay, the engine is saying that you can go knight d7 here. Maybe this is fine, but this to me just looks so scary. So no, g4 is not forced, but this just looks so scary. You go knight check, because you want to win this pawn. Where does the king go? King h6, so you don't take it with check. Knight takes e6, rook here. What is the idea? You're going to start pushing this. I guess maybe this is okay. I guess maybe this is okay. Actually, let me see this. Is this okay? Because if this is okay, I'm going to be a lot happier right now. Rook c2, because of g4, I don't know if she's going to play it. Knight d7. Threatening to go knight takes c5, because if rook takes this, only move here for black is to push this. You cannot move the knight. I mean, if you go knight c1. Okay, this now, no. Now you have time to activate the rook, I think. So this, no. But this, c4. And now the check. King h6, knight takes pawn. And if rook b2 or whatever, knight d4. And if you now trade, this is a draw. Because of check, king g7. And you cannot go here because you're going to lose the pawn. What did she do? Yeah, she went rook c2. This is the move that we were expecting. Yep. And now is the moment of truth. Will my mom play g4? Will she play knight d7? Or what will she do? Will she make a move that we haven't even thought about? What happens if rook d1? We cry. Because c4, yeah, c4 is just such a strong move. This is why my dad kept saying that my mom needs to get rid of this this pawn. This pawn is so scary, you know? So scary. Knight c4. Okay, she played knight c4, everybody. Instantly played knight c4. This was her idea with the rook e1. This is what I was thinking. I thought if she didn't play knight d7 before, if she didn't play g4 before, she's not going to play it now. She's not going to do it now. She's already had too many moves to do these moves. She didn't do it. Her idea was to go here and then go knight c4. Okay, so I do want to keep saying that my mom's accuracy is 99.5%. She's still playing a really good game. She's playing an insanely good game. It's just that I'm worried about her time right now, to be honest. More than anything. And this pawn. Time and this pawn are my two worries. Okay, different options. Let's start. Let's say that Wenjun takes the knight. If she takes the knight, rook takes e2. My mom is basically saying that she's going to be able to draw this, or that is what she's arguing for. Now, my mom can never win this. This is not a position that you can at any point win, but I guess that she feels relatively confident in being able to draw this. And the thing that I am wondering is, how do you draw this? I mean, okay, maybe you go rook a2, but king f5? King here? I don't know. King g3 maybe? h4, you bring the king back to f2. And maybe there's not really any good way of advancing. Maybe you go g3, takes, c4. I mean, maybe this is completely fine. But it's definitely scary. But okay, knight c4, this if takes. What happens if not takes? What happens if literally Wenjun doesn't care? She goes something like king g6. There's knight a3 then. Rook a2, knight c4. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, my mom needs to play g4 at some point to not allow this king to come in. I really think g4 is an important move at some point. Yeah, I'm actually more scared about it. I feel like rook takes knight is the easier thing for my mom to play with 13 minutes. If she goes something like king g6 or even... Okay, what happens if knight c3? Knight c3, what is her idea? Maybe her idea is to play knight e5. But in all these lines, yeah, g4, what happens if takes? King takes, we give this up. Okay, but then this is falling, which is fine. So knight c4, let's see. Knight here, knight e5. What happens if you, yeah, knight d5 makes sense, and g4. Yeah. And this pawn is so scary. June pushes king, white knight, king g6. So, sorry. Oh, my mic died. Okay, give me 1 sec. What's up, what's up, what's up? Do you hear me, chat? 1 second. Good thing I have several mics. We just did a little switch of a mic. Good thing I have several of these so that if one dies, we can switch it. Amazing. So, there we go. Oh, it's a table. Cable. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. I'm too nervous for this. I am sorry. I am too nervous right now. I need someone to calm me down. I don't want my mom to lose. I really don't. Like, it honestly breaks my soul more than me losing, I feel like, in a way. Okay, let's look at the different options again. So, different options we have for June. The time is coming closer and closer, which is the good part. The bad part is that, yeah, oh, also, why am I sitting over there? I think I switched my camera. The bad part is the fact that, you can tell how confident June looks in this position. She's really gone from being in a completely equal position. June has somehow been able to find a way to just squeeze, you know, things out of the position, and now she's playing for the win. So mom just needs to defend and try to get a draw. But let's look at the different options. Someone is asking, Anna, what happens if king g6? Why can you not go knight e5 check? Well, the problem here is that there's king f5. That is why g4 was before a good move, because then, yeah, there's never this, right? Sorry, this has not happened. This is the current position. King g6, knight e5 check. The problem is this, threatening the knight, and this just doesn't really, I think, make a lot of sense to allow the king to come up so far. So, yeah, king g6, I like the idea of going g4 because it will right now stop also this idea of king f5. But yeah, the problem here is that there's maybe even h takes g4, f takes g4, king f6, this king. The problem is that whenever this knight moves, the king will be able to go up, and now my mom's pawns are really weak. Like, this pawn, which was very weak in the past, is now not weak at all. So this is the problem. So, knight c4. Yeah. King g6 looks very strong, actually. I don't even know what you do here. Okay, let's say you do something else. Let's say you threaten the rook. Knight a3. If this, we go back. If this, we threaten it with knight c4. It doesn't matter. So let's say rook a2 is the scariest thing, and then knight c4 again. Rook a4, threatening the knight. And now what happens? How is this? Takes. Oh, what did she do? Okay. Okay. Wenjun. G4 check. What is this move? This move we never even analyzed. What is even going on here? Okay, so now this is a move we haven't looked at. But here's the thing, okay? What is the idea of this? The idea is very simple. Wenjun wants takes, which already happened. H takes. Now my mom obviously cannot take back this pawn because there's rook takes knight with a check. My mother would lose a piece. Literally the only thing she can do right now is to go king h4. This she should barely spend any time on because there's nothing else she can do. If she goes here, she loses a piece. Only legal move that she can do, basically. And now we're seeing that Wenjun is playing very fast. But this, even though it looks really scary, I can imagine my mom looking very scared right now. Actually, she doesn't. You know what? My mom, in my opinion, looks a little bit confused. Like, what? Actually, my mom doesn't look scared at all. This body language, I understand. My mom is a little bit like, what? This is not what I was scared of. It feels like. Look, this, like this. When she does this, it means what? This I don't believe in, but Wenjun, you're the world chess champion. What are you doing? Yeah. I can see that in king h3. Come on, mom. Come on. Yes! Best move in the position. There we go. Look at this. Wenjun is not even writing down the move. Does she look shocked? What's going on here? Good job, mom. Good job. Okay, king h3. King h3. Very important. Why? Well, the threat right now was if pawn takes g3, then once again my mom would lose a piece due to rook takes c4 check. So now, king h3, if rook takes, we take. It's equal material. If takes, then just simply king takes h2. And now this is just really not as scary as before. The king also is able to get out a lot easier. Yeah, this is a whole other story. This is very different. Now if something like king g6, okay, then maybe now we can go knight a3. If rook a2, we go back. Maybe the king will try to get up to f5. Now we also get a g-pawn. This is also a big difference. We get a passed g-pawn here. So this pawn can actually start pushing and create some counter threats. If this king just goes to I don't know what places, we are going g4, we are going g5, we're going g6, we're going all the way up here. Now, you know, this is not just a one-player game anymore. This becomes a two-player game. So this is actually a big difference here, that my mom gets this g-pawn, which is very important. So yeah, this is a lot better than before, a lot better. And now Wenjun is thinking again. I'm happy that my mom did these moves so quickly. They've also reached move 40, which means that at this moment in time, there's going to be a 10-second increment for the rest of the game, which is nice, but 10 seconds is almost nothing. So still cannot celebrate too much. What other options are there here? If she doesn't, I mean, I feel like she must take, if she goes something like knight c3, I feel like we just take the pawn. It's just a free pawn. Go knight e4, I'm not really sure. I mean, then we go knight a3. If you go here, we go back. If you go here, we go rook c1. Ha! Now you cannot push your pawn anymore. This is now a very simple draw, extremely simple draw. This is not what we're scared of. So g3, I really think we're going to see g takes h2, king takes h2, and now what is the scariest thing? What happens if rook takes knight? Then this is a much easier draw as well, because white also has this passed pawn, which is the big difference. What happens if takes, yeah, king g6 maybe is the scariest to try to bring in the king. Ah, you can also play knight d6 to not allow the king to come in. And if king f6, knight e4. Haha, because now you have knight takes here. As long as you, yeah. Because now, if king here, same thing. And if you win, if my mom just gets this pawn, it's a draw. They can sign the papers. Shake hands, sign the papers. about now? Does this work? It's fine? Okay, sorry. Sorry. Sorry about this. Sorry if anybody's ears exploded. I am very sorry. Sorry about that. We will fix this. I am sorry about that. But now it should be all good, because now the mic is charging at the same time as I'm using it, so it should be all good. Okay. Amazing. So anyways, mom has 10 minutes. I am about to... I don't even know. So what happened was what we saw. Wenjun took the pawn, king takes h2, and king g6, which I thought was the scariest move out of all of these. Now there's a few different options. Option number 1, knight a3, threatening the rook. Why is this an option? Because if the rook goes anywhere here, we go back, knight cannot move because we take this. Only move is rook a2. What happens now? The knight comes back. Does this move achieve anything? Not really, to be fair. But what it achieves is that it kind of baits the king to come up all the way here. And now there's these ideas of going king h3 and g4 check. And this, I do think, looks very scary. I think that there's a lot of calculation that's required. Because this, I mean, you might look at this with an eval, but this looks extremely scary. So I don't really think my mom is going to enter something like this. Looks extremely scary. Option number 2, knight d6. Why is this an option? Because you're stopping the king from going anywhere. You're stopping the king. If the king goes to f6, we have knight check. And after knight e4, king e5, there's knight takes c5. If rook takes, this is hanging. So that option exists. Now after this move, I guess this could happen. But then there's knight e4. And then once again, after rook c2, I believe there is knight takes c5. And then this just will be a draw. So this is not scary. So I suppose after knight d6, the only scary move that could happen is something like knight c3. Getting the knight out of here. And now I would suppose that my mom would have to play something like king g3. And then play this position out and king f3. And this to me looks like the most solid thing because, yes, this pawn is pushing, but now there's going to be a little bit more mobility with this rook. The pawn is going to go up to g4. I don't know, if you play c4, what do you do here? Maybe we can go knight e4. If c3, it is a bit worrisome, but maybe we can go rook b1. What happens? If this, I think, then we take. So the idea is that this cannot move now. The rook cannot move because we take. But this is also very difficult. King g7, I would suppose that at some point we want to play g4. I don't know if we want to play g4 now. No, because then there's rook h2. So we cannot play it now. But in a few moves. Okay. Oh my. All right. The problem that I have here is that I see a lot of ways that it can go wrong for my mom and not a lot of ways that it can go wrong for Wenjun. That is the problem that I have. There's a lot of different ways that my mom can lose. And she only has 7 minutes left. How's she looking? Huh? 96! I actually think this is the move that I like the most out of all of them, I think. This is the move that I like the most out of all the moves here. Because, yeah, I feel like allowing the king to come up to f5 was very scary. Knight d6 is a really good move. Once again, my mom is playing at 99.5 accuracy. It is a good move. She's playing really well. But, yeah, the scary part here is that Wenjun is going to, I think, keep the time pressure alive. And she's going to do everything in her power to make my mom's position as difficult to play as possible. How do you do that? Well, you do that by playing moves such as knight c3, maybe even knight c1. Because what is my mom's plan here? Knight c1, king g3, I suppose. Then maybe you can start rerouting, knight d3. Yeah, then she needs to see this. The main problem that I have is that my mom has 7 minutes. That is what is getting really scary here. 7 minutes for the rest of the game. That is it. That is it. She's on the edge right now. She's literally on the edge. Oh. Oh, this game might be decided very, very, very soon. Very soon. So where will she go? The good part though is that Wenjun has 20 minutes, so it's only 13 minutes more. But I do think that Wenjun is probably a better blitz player than my mom, so probably she isn't as scared of getting low on time. Yeah, 10-second increment is almost no increment. It's very little increment. All right. So what will she do? King G7. Is this scary to go King F8 and King E7? Maybe, but then we have King H3. King H3, and if you go King F8, we start pushing. We go G4. You go King E7, we go Knight E4. Threatening this. C4, I think, okay, what did she do? Knight C1 to try to reroute the knight. Okay, it's my mom's turn again. She has to make a move. There's several moves here. King G3 is a move. Another move is to go Rook F1. What is the idea of Rook F1? The idea, I think, is to go Knight E4 and then check and then try to take this pawn. That is the idea. Under 7 minutes, everybody. Time is ticking for my mother. Time is ticking. Which is honestly the main problem. She has played so well with, you know, the whole game. She has played so well. But, yeah. Oh, wow. My heart. My heart. All right. Rook F3, honestly, maybe is... Rook F1, sorry. Maybe this is the move that is... it's just this feels scary. This feels scary. Rook F6, King G7, we take. So difficult to know if this is going to promote or what is going to happen. Knight D3, Rook C6. I mean, this, honestly, now this is very fine. But, yeah, because now Rook takes C3. This is hanging, but nobody cares. This is an easy draw. Honestly, yeah, maybe Rook F1 is the move that I see the most chances, but she's already spent like 2 minutes. She's gonna have 5 after this move. She doesn't have the time to spend 2 minutes per move anymore. It's going to be a huge time crunch. Time is ticking. Every second matters right now. She's only getting 10-second increment. She looks pretty calm though. Like, she looks calmer than I would imagine her in this position. She's looking a little bit at the clock, but she's very much calculating. She's very, very, very focused. I really hope that she has calculated most of the moves. She's about to make a move. Let's see what she does. Let's see what she does. Let's see what she does. She has to play moves quickly now. Rook F1, come on. Yes! She did it! Rook F1. Oh, I am so happy with this move. I am so happy. She's playing so well. Like, I'm going to be so sad if she loses this game because she's playing so well. It's only the time. It's only the time. Rook F1 is such a fantastic move. Threatening now, Knight E4, Rook F6, winning this pawn, Rook behind the pawn, and just, you know, maybe what she can't even do, maybe she can even sacrifice the knight for the pawn. Rook and knight versus Rook and pawn, I mean, you can, Rook and bishop versus Rook is, I think, gives a lot of chances, but I think what she's thinking is that if she wins this pawn, then she can sacrifice the knight for this pawn and have a lot of drawing chances. She's still at 99.5% accuracy. I think Wenjun is going to play very fast moves now because she just wants to pressure my mom. So, yeah. I'm seeing here that Magnus Carlsen lost as well. Okay, Knight D3. We're seeing here the fast moves. Come on, Mom. Just Knight E4. Knight E4. Just got to play it. Play fast. This is the moment as well, because after this, if she doesn't do this, if King G3, C4, Knight here, now there's Knight C5, defending the pawn. So she needs to go Knight E4 now, and she does it instantly, only using 10 seconds, which is maybe more than what we should. Why are these moves happening so quickly? E5, very good move, keeping the pressure right now, stopping everything that my mom wants to do. A very strong move, not giving any counter chances. Wenjun cannot lose this pawn. If she loses this pawn, my mom has a lot of chances. What does she have to do now? Probably rook check and then put the rook behind the pawn. Just get it there. Just get it there, and then, yeah. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Yes, rook f6 check, king g7, rook c6. Wenjun is so good with the little time. Look how she's pressuring my mom. Look how she is playing fast, fast, fast. Rook is behind the pawn right now. So, what happens now if you just go c4? If you go c4, then there's right now king, is there king h3? Can you do this? Can you go king h3? You cannot push, which is the good part here, that the knight is really good here. You cannot push. And actually, maybe even the engine thinks that the best thing is just to try to take this. So yeah, that's the thing actually, that with the knight over here and the rook over here, she's sort of creating a blockade because it's very difficult to push this pawn. And now the idea is just going to be to go king h3 and g4. So actually the engine thinks that you should go rook e2, but then there's knight takes c5. And if you do this, this, and this is a draw. So this I'm not scared about. If this pawn, and this Wenjun will never do. So rook e2 is out of the question. So what if she goes something like knight e1? This is a move that I can see her doing to, you know, put some pressure. Here, actually, rook takes c5 is fine because rook takes g2. You go king h1 or king h3, doesn't matter. Draw. Why? Because the best move is rook e2. You take here. You're just going to trade everything. Draw. Actually, my mom has a lot of drawing chances. So what was the move? That was played c4. This is the move that I thought she was going to do because she wants to keep the pressure. And now, I like the idea of staying here and going king h3. Another idea is to go knight d6. Oh, she did king h3. Amazing. And she's playing fast as well. I do like this idea a lot because the idea is to go g4. So knight e1, g4. Literally, I mean, this is not the game, but king h3 is the last move. This has to be her idea. Stopping right now the pawn from pushing. Rook e2, we don't care. Then we take. Then we're happy. How can you keep this pawn? Okay, knight b4 is a way to go knight here and then push the pawn. So now you have to go rook c5 to prevent the knight from coming here. If knight d3, you go back. If king g6 here, you take, and then you're going to have to sacrifice this knight for this pawn, I believe, which is fine. So the point is just that she needs to win one of these pawns. Mom has a lot of drawing chances right now, actually. She really could get the draw if she just doesn't make a big blunder in time trouble. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm realizing that this, even though it looks scary to a human brain, she actually has it under control. The knight just needs to stay here. And she needs to start pushing this g-pawn, one, so that she doesn't lose this pawn, but two, so that this king cannot go I don't know where without there being consequences for it. Mom is playing this very well. Now the accuracy is 99.6 for both of them. I just think that my mom has maybe not played what is the easiest for a human being. Like, I don't think she's played this the most practical way. She's played this really well, but I feel like there's been ways of making this simpler for her. And she's had to make a lot of very difficult choices, which has led to her losing a lot of time, which has led to her being right now with 4 minutes and just 10 seconds increment per move. So, yeah. Honestly, Mom looks pretty calm. She looks so focused. She looks pretty calm right now. Like, in the sense of, like, it looks like she's just completely in her zone. Wenjun's time is ticking as well. I really want her time to... Actually, I don't even know if I care about Wenjun's time. I just care about my mom not, like, getting under a minute. Because I know that my mom, she's capable of doing really big mistakes, like anyone can when she's with little time. So she just cannot get under a minute. That's when things are going to get really rough. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. King h3 seems so far like she has had everything under control. Okay, knight b2. Guess the idea is going to be to go knight a4. I think that is the idea. Yeah, this is a good move. So smart. This woman is so smart. Now g4. The idea is, Yeah, no, knight d1 is the idea, threatening a lot of things. And this looks scary because you're allowing the push and you're threatening this. Rook c7, king g6. Okay, this is maybe not as scary. Knight d6. What happens if king... Oh, what? Oh my. King f8. Rook c... Oh, this is so hard to calculate with little time. And then you have rook takes c4. So can she go rook c7 check now? I think she can. But then if king g6, rook c6, if... Oh, then this is winning. What did she do? Knight d6, good move. Good move, good move, good move. Just little time, but good move. Good move. Now the idea is... Okay, yeah. The idea is that this knight cannot move because then the pawn is hanging. What happens if you push the pawn here? What happens if she goes c3? If she goes c3, then actually she's just going to go g4. And then if, I don't know where this knight goes, knight d1 or something, there's knight f5 check, king f7, and then my mom is going to play for the win. With 3 minutes on the clock. Yeah, knight d6, good move. What could be scary? King f8 could be scary here. This is a potential scary move. She has to go g4 then. And then king e7. She has, well, not has. There's several moves. There's knight e4. There's a lot of things. But g5. So now, actually, I mean, there's lines where my mom is playing for the win here. But the time right now is what's really making my stomach go, Like, the time right now is what's really freaking me out. 3 minutes. She's spending like a minute per move. That means that she can do this for 3 more moves because she's getting 10 seconds per move. So, you know, there could be a decisive situation at any point. At any point, and it's so easy to think, oh, I have increment, I have 10 seconds increment, but literally you write down the move, you think about the fact that you have 10 seconds increment, and then you lose on time. Like, there's just not enough time. Yeah. Wenjun is thinking, what will she do? I mean, no matter what here, I think my mom is going to go g4, because there's no way Wenjun plays knight d1 and gives up the pawn for this. Like, that is no way. So I think no matter what, my mom is going to go g4, this next move. It has to be her plan at least. It has to be her plan. Can I just say, guys, my mom is playing really well. I'm really happy for her. Like, she has played now for several hours, extreme pressure, playing against the female world chess champion, fighting. It's amazing to see. And remember, she's 61 years old. I mean, she's almost double the age of Wenjun. 91! Sorry. Pawn is hanging. Pawn. Finally, this stupid c4 pawn that has been after us for so long is hanging. Okay, what is going on here? Rook takes c4. Must be played, right? Rook takes c4. And then what? Rook e2? Is this the idea? But how do you lose this? How does my mother lose this? Come on, rook takes c4. You finally take the pawn, right? Oh, rook takes c4. Yes, she's holding it. Rook takes c4 is on the board. Rook takes c4 is on the board, everybody. Okay? Here we have it. Rook takes c4. Knight f5 check, my mom is winning. She missed it. Knight f5 check was winning. She missed it. For 1 second. Wow. Wow, she just insta-played it. She had a chance to beat Wenjun. She had a chance to beat Wenjun, everybody. She saw it now. She saw it now. She's going to be so upset. She's going to be so upset. Look at that. She's so upset. It's a draw. Look at that. She's realizing it. Knight f5. Knight f5. She's pointing at the square. Look at her face. Oh, I feel so bad for my mom after fighting for so many hours. I feel so bad. She's realizing it. Oh, my poor heart. This is hurting. She's probably like, how can she... Yeah, she's probably like, how can she miss something like this? She was so set on getting the draw. And Ju Wenjun had played so well the whole game that she didn't realize that... Look at her face. Oh, my poor heart. My poor heart. Can we send some love to my mom? Can we send some hearts in chat? She's realizing that in winning now would be huge. Beating Ju Wenjun 3 points, no Armageddon. It's a huge difference in points. It's going to be 30 minutes before the Armageddon. Oh, she's realizing it. Oh, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts. Let me go back to this position. Wow. Let me go back to this position where knight d3 was played, which loses a piece after knight f5 check. Because, knight takes f5 is the only move, and then there's rook takes rook, and this is going to be a winning endgame. And here, if the king moves, then there's knight takes knight, and you're capturing the knight, defending the rook. So my mom would just win an exchange in that position. My mother would just win an exchange in that position and be winning in the endgame against Ju Wenjun, which, would have been crazy. But she was so set, I think, on the fact that it was going to be a draw that she just didn't even consider it. She insta-played it. She had 3 minutes on the clock. She didn't, and I think what's the worst about this is that she's going to be very tilted. She's very tilted right now. I think she's like, which makes a lot of sense. This could have changed the whole tournament. Beating Ju Wenjun in Classical, getting those 3 points, not going to Armageddon, this is a difference on being a shared leader in the tournament. That is, and she knows this. Like, there's a difference of, yeah. And let me also remind all of you that there's a $60,000, a $65,000 prize for the winner of this tournament. Leading this tournament is literally going from, if we're just talking about money, from like $10,000, $15,000 to $65,000 in terms of if that's where you finish. There's a lot of money on the line here. Like for all of these players, for anybody, there's a huge amount of money. So this is huge. It's honestly just, we're just in the beginning of the tournament, but still, every single win here is huge. And her realizing that she was, one move away from having that, I think it's going to really hurt her. Like, she's probably going to need like 20, 30 minutes for herself now. And Armageddon is going to start in 30 minutes. We are going to be continuing. We're going to be watching this. But I think she just didn't think that, that Ju Wenjun would make this blunder. She's the female world chess champion. I don't think it crossed my mom's mind that she could make this blunder. So she was just so not ready for it. So if you don't know what Armageddon is, it's the next thing that's going to happen. Basically, they're going to play a game. My mom is going to have the white pieces. Ju Wenjun is going to have the black pieces. My mom will have 10 minutes. Ju Wenjun will have 7 minutes. If my mom wins this game, she wins basically the match, gets 1.5 points. If Ju Wenjun draws or wins, she will win. Oh, yeah, I know.
La ha visto después enseguida, dice.
Yeah. No, I know. She saw it immediately after.
La ha visto enseguida.
Yeah. But she was so ready for the draw, I think.
Yeah.
She was so ready for the draw.
No, ha sido interesante, ¿no? Ha jugado bien la otra.
Yeah. No, here, yeah. But she saw it immediately after.
Sí, inmediato ya.
Yeah.
After the move, se lo comí.
Oh, but she played it so quickly. She just traded so quickly.
Son 10 segundos, no quería jugar al final este.
Yeah.
Tenía la partida primera ganada. Ya más 4. Ya más 4 con él.
Yeah.
Sorry. The first game she had +4.
Yeah.
And now this today.
No, she's had 2 winning games. 2 completely winning games. But she's played so well. She's played so well.
Yeah.
Nah, she should be, is she upset right now? Is she sad?
She want to no, she is little think about this, no?
Yeah. Yeah. But now it's just important she thinks about the next game. There's not much more to do.
No, I think it don't have chance because
No, this was the chance, probably.
okay,
Yeah.
it's 1 point more. I can't eat chocolate, it's possible?
Do you want this
Oh,
chocolate?
only
Yeah.
one, only one.
You can give this to mom as well.
Okay.
Give this to mom and give her a hug, okay?
Okay.
Hug and chocolate. Give that to mom.
After the game we can.
Yeah. After the game, yeah. Perfect. Okay. All right, guys. All right. My dad is gonna give my mom a hug. Thank you, Twink Tommy, for the 1,500 bits. It was a good fight, and she did amazingly. Guys, honestly, so insane though. What a game. But don't go anywhere. I mean, the next game is gonna start in around 20 minutes, and after this, it's gonna be a fast game, and after that, my mom is going to be joining here. We're gonna interview my mom. She's gonna be joining the studio. Oh, I feel bad because I know how upset my mom is. Because I think she feels like she cannot do those mistakes. I think she feels like she doesn't, you don't have the, what's the word? You don't have the, what's the word? The extra time. No, you don't have the, you just cannot do those mistakes. Like those are the mistakes that, yeah. That really change everything. The luxury, I guess, is the word. You don't have the luxury of making those mistakes when you're facing the strongest players in the world. So I really hope that this doesn't get to her too much mentally. I hope that she's able to come back from this. But I think this was a good lesson, right? She wanted to draw so much the whole game that she didn't ever consider winning. And I think that happens to a lot of us very often. You just want one thing so much that you just completely forget to reassess the situation. And I think that's a very common thing in chess, and it happens a million times. And it happens to everyone. But yeah, she didn't expect the blunder, obviously, but I think it does say a lot that she saw it immediately after. And yeah, I think that says a lot. Hopefully maybe this will give her some confidence. Maybe this will make her feel like in the Armageddon, you know what, I can beat this woman. She can make mistakes. She may be the woman world chess champion. She can make mistakes. Nonetheless, final accuracy of this game was 96.5 by my mother and 96.6 by Wenjun. Bear in mind, Wenjun making a much bigger mistake than my mom ever did in the whole game. So no matter what, you know, she should be so proud, and she's playing so well this tournament. Like, I can really tell that she's giving this tournament her absolute everything. So I'm really happy for her. I'm really, really happy for her. Chess players are not machines, and that's the difference between playing grandmasters and engines. Grandmasters, even though they're grandmasters, they're not engines. And they will make mistakes, and here we see what can happen. So yeah, the problem here is obviously that my mom is a lot better at classical than what she is at Armageddon. So, you know, my dad said that the chances of my mom winning now in Armageddon are probably not so high. But hopefully this will give my mom some confidence that Wenjun can be beaten. And maybe actually my mom will be a little bit mad and try to play for the win even more, which is good because my mom needs to win now. Once again, they're going to play a short game. My mom is going to have 10 minutes, Wenjun 7 minutes. But if Wenjun draws or wins, she wins. So a draw is the same for her as winning, okay? Because she has the black pieces. My mother must beat Wenjun to win. She must win this game. If she draws, then my mom loses the match. So that is what an Armageddon is. So a little bit of different rules than normal chess. So this will be hard. This will be hard. This will be hard. Does P ever get mad? Any competitive sportsman gets tilted when they feel like they didn't perform the way they should. Of course she's mad. She's the most competitive person I know. She's the most sweet and humble person I know. She's also the most competitive person I know. My mom is extremely competitive, and you cannot not be competitive and reach the level that my mom has reached, in my opinion. You cannot become a chess grandmaster if you're not competitive. The amount of hours and the amount of, you know, chess fights that my mom has had throughout her life, you only do that if you're extremely competitive. So yeah, that is that. But I think my mom, I've said this before, but my mom has always inspired me to feel like you can be the most humble person, you can be the most kind person in real life, My mom is one of the kindest people I know. She's a lot more kind than I am. She's the most kind and humble person that I know. But you can also be extremely competitive in competition. You don't have to be kind when competing. You can be the scariest person when you're competing, but you can also in real life be very kind. And she's always taught me this. So, yeah, very, 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 very sweet person, but obviously also very fierce when it comes to chess. Kill him with kindness is what they say, exactly. Kill him with kindness is a good word. Okay, people, what I'm going to do is that I am going to run to the bathroom really quickly because I don't want to miss the Armageddon. So I'm going to be back very soon. I'll be back very, very soon. Just going to go to the bathroom really quickly and I will come back, okay? Do not go anywhere. Hello. Oh, perfect. No? Oh, so it's my lav that's not working. Okay, now you hear me, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, my lav is not working. Yeah, okay. The lav will just have to be done today. I don't know why my lav stopped working. Okay. All right, there we go. It's gonna start again. Oh, how's mom looking? If you're just coming in here, you are coming in at the exact right time because the previous game just finished. My mom drew the woman world chess champion, Wenjun. She was winning at the very end. She missed one move. She ended up drawing, and now they're about to play Armageddon. Now I'm trying to look at my mom's face. I think she looks a little sad. Like, she definitely looks a little sad. I want to give her a hug. I'm going to give her a hug after this. Oh, I feel... It literally breaks my soul to see my mom sad like this. Like, it breaks my soul. It is literally so heartbreaking. Like, it's more heartbreaking than my chess. Like, it's literally hard because I know how much this means to her. This means the entire world to her. This is the most important thing for her in the world right now. Yeah. But she's gonna fight. She's gonna fight. She's gonna fight. Obviously. She's gonna fight. So she looks focused. And oh, I'm so nervous. Okay, I'm gonna have a little chocolate before this starts. Also, I need to get the game ready because the game, I don't have it ready yet. I'm gonna have a little chocolate. There it is. Once again, everybody, if you don't know what the Armageddon is, if you're like, what is about to happen? The Armageddon is what happens in Norway Chess when two players draw, when they tie. My mom and Wenjun just drew, which means that this is going to Armageddon. Now, Armageddon is it's chess, just like normal chess, but the rules are a little bit different on who wins. My mom is going to have 10 minutes on the clock because she's playing with the white pieces, and Wenjun is going to have 7 minutes on the clock. So there's going to be a 3-minute time difference, but the difference is that Wenjun wins this match if she draws. Wenjun only needs to draw to win. So my mother now, to win this match and secure the extra half point in the tournament and basically win this 1.5 versus 1 is to win. She must win with white. Draw, losing is the same for her. Drawing is literally the same for my mom as losing. There's no difference. So she needs to win this game. She's in a must-win situation. She has the white pieces. She has more time, but she's playing the Women World Chess Champion. And obviously, it's not that easy to beat, Wenjun. So, yeah, that is basically how it is. Why exactly 7 minutes? Because that's what they feel like is a fair enough time difference for this. So they're both focusing. The games, the clocks haven't started, and my mom is deciding now what she's going to play. So wish her good luck. This is about to start in any moment. And there we go. There it is starting. D4 is the first move. What? 30 minutes? No. This is the wrong time. Clocks are wrong. There we go. Clocks were wrong. So, yeah, they're playing the same. They're playing the exact same opening as before. She's playing the same. Literally, why is my mom playing the same? She drew. Okay, I'm slightly confused, but she's just playing fast. Honestly, I'm wondering if, it's going to help my mom that she's slightly tilted. I wonder if it's going to help her. She's playing so fast. I've never seen my mom playing this fast. But it's because she knows, obviously, the theory and stuff. But still, she's playing so fast. All right, so takes 94. Wow, look at that speed. Look at that speed. Also, what's going on? Why is she going 94? Isn't there b5 here? I am confused. Is this theory? What happens if b5? Doesn't she just lose a pawn? Okay, didn't happen. Didn't happen. What happens if you just capture now on c4? Okay, now she captures it and she's fine. Very good. b6. b6, just to get the bishop out. Now, I wonder if she's just going to take on f6. Not really exactly sure what she's going to do. I don't know if... Can you play d5? Looks crazy. No, d5 you cannot play. No, she's castling. Keeping the options a little bit more open and flexible. Now maybe queen c2 to defend. I do like how fast she's playing, though. I think she's playing with good speed. She's spent the same time as Wenjun so far on the clock, and she has quite a lot more. So queen c2, I suppose. No, knight c3. I guess the idea is going to be to go e4, but bishop takes f3 looks scary. However, I wonder if she's just playing really kind of... I feel like my mom is playing not recklessly, but she's playing ways she would never play in classical, which is because she wants to play for the win. She wants the position to be slightly weird, I think. She wants to make Wenjun think. So yeah. Bishop takes f3, g takes. No fear whatsoever. Mom has no fear right now. All right, so what is she going to do? Oh, wow. Is this what angry chess is called? Oh, my mom is just losing. Oh, this is sad. Oh, this is a little bit sad, chat. Is she losing? There's 95. Isn't this just losing a pawn? I am so confused. This is literally angry chess, I think. This is literally angry chess. What is even going on here? What was this opening? Yeah, so now, yeah, this is smart. Because how does my mom win this, That's why she's trading queens. Maybe it's not the strongest move by Wenjun, but how does my mom win this? Oh no. Yeah, she's mad. She's mad, I think. Okay, f4, bishop f3. I believe she has to do now bishop f3 or bishop b5 or whatever it is. Bishop 3 looks like it makes sense to me. a4, she's going to try to go here, a5, but she's a pawn down, which is not great, obviously. She's playing super fast, though. I'm very confused about what's going on. I've never seen my mom playing this fast. I am shocked. a5, this all makes sense. I feel like this is an easy position. Ah, okay. Come on, Mom. Okay. Takes. Rook a7. Yeah, okay. Getting a little bit of activity over here. Wait a second. King f8. Uh-huh. You know what? The more I'm looking at this, this is not as bad as it was a few moves ago. She's playing for time right now. That is exactly what she's doing. She needs to win this game. She's playing for time. There's no increment here. When the time runs out, the time runs out. If Wenjun loses on time, she loses on time. That's it. Check, and now she's going to go back. Oh, she can't go back. Yeah. She can't go back. That's why she's not repeating, because she cannot go back and forth. Yeah, Wenjun is so smart. Because then it's, it's losing. So she cannot repeat. Which also leads to her probably not making the best moves, and then it kind of goes down. So rook b8, g5, but she's still going to fight. She's still going to fight. Bishop h5 check maybe before g4 happens. Are we going to see that? She's taking some time to think. She's taking. Okay, bishop here. Where's this bishop going? I feel like the king will just simply get up. Wenjun is really good with little time as well. King f6. Okay. Bishop here. The idea is that if the knight moves, check wins this. Not obviously here because there's no check, but maybe, yeah, I guess king g2 or king f1 so that there's no check. She is playing very fast though. I've never seen my mom playing this fast. f4. I guess she has to go king e2. Yeah, this is the best move. Takes. Maybe h3. Okay, rook here. I do like that she's trying to play a little bit tricky. She still has a big time advantage, which is obviously really good. Wenjun only has 3 minutes to finish this game. I've never seen my mom flagging someone. My mom is playing for the flag. Pia Cramling flagging. This is amazing. She's playing for the flag, which is obviously good. All right. Knight there. Can she go for some checks? Rook h6 check looks very logical. And then rook h7, just to get the rook into a better square. I think rook h6 check here looks very natural. I do like that she's thinking a little bit, because my mom also needs to think. She can't just play moves instantly. She also needs a little bit of thinking. So rook h6, king here. I mean, she's going to go back and forth, obviously. So I think my mom is trying to figure out how do I try to win this. Maybe bishop d3, bishop here. She's spending some time thinking. I do have to say the accuracy so far is 92.9 for my mom, 93.3 for Wenjun. Very similar accuracies. The problem here is that a draw is not enough for mom. That is the problem. I honestly think it's good that my mom is thinking here. She needs to come up with a plan. If there's no plan, then what is the point? She needs to try to win the G-pawn. What happens if check? Can you go rook h5? Then there's king f6. No, there's rook h6. Okay, she's spending a lot of time here, which is a little bit scary. Come on, mom, make a move. Mom, make a move. She's really trying to come up with something, though. What do I think is better in this case? I think it's easier to play with black. I honestly think it's so much easier to play with black. Armageddon. So much easier, because a draw is enough. Such a huge difference when a draw is enough, because you play in a different way if you must win. You know, she's definitely spending too much time thinking here, but it's... She needs to come up with a plan. If there's no plan, she's also going to lose, you know? So I understand why she's feeling like she must make something happen here. Okay, she's just making a move. I think this is good. Okay, this maybe is not as good because there's rook e6. e4 is a must move right now. Yeah, no, I think she's tilted. I think, unfortunately, my mom is a little bit tilted. I think what happens here, actually, e4 takes bishop here. Can you do this? What is wrong here with bishop b3? Oh, there's rook e5. That's the only move that saves it. I didn't see this. Yeah, now she has the same time. This is not looking good. She did play e4, though. It's the only move right now. This is just, yeah. Okay, rook takes d5. Rook takes d5. That is a very weird position. All of the things are kind of, you know, everywhere. Rook takes d5, knight takes e4. King f3, can you do it? But then this is hanging. I think you have to go king d3. Yep, she's playing it. I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure she's going to lose this game. She might draw, but obviously that's the same as losing. Okay, maybe some bishop a4. Try to move things around here. You can go king c4, knight d6 then. Yeah, that's what she's doing. She's going to go knight d6, then king b3. But then, you know, the bishop here... Okay, this is a blitz game right now. It's a blitz game where everything is going to be decided. They have pretty much the same time. I don't hate the fact that my mom thought for a long time, though. I really don't. I think she needed to come up with something. So... wondering though, what is the plan? If g4, what does she do? Because she can't go here. Bum, 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 bum. I guess g4, maybe you take and go here, but can you ever win this? Knight d6, king b3, instantly. I don't know what happened to the clocks, but yeah. Good move, knight f7. She's playing this well. Can you go bishop d3 here? Mom has a little bit more time. Rook f5 check. Good move. Now she goes back. Knight comes back. The question is, can you go king a4? Is this crazy? Also rook g2, threatening this pawn. So rook g6, obviously it's hanging. There we go, best move. Okay, my mom is equalizing. My mom is equalizing. I want you all to know this. King f6, king a4. King a4 for sure. King a4 for sure. Come on, king a4, mom. King a4, bring that king up. Bring that king up. There's even some bishop b3 maybe. She must... Okay. Yeah, probably now is that there's b5. And after b5, I don't know what you do. King a4 was the chance to stop b5. Now there's b5. That's the problem. Okay. It's just about time. It's just about time right now, b5. She's too good. She's too good. I guess rook f2 check. I just don't see what the idea of this move was. Is it to go here? Oh, it's to go here. But what is this thing doing here? Check, check. King e7. Is she going to go c4? But there's no way she ever... There's no way she ever wins this with c4. So she's going back, which makes sense. Yeah, now there's knight c4. Very scary move. Very scary move. She has to just play fast now. Bishop h7. The threat is knight d2. If you go king here, I don't know. This looks really scary. Yeah. Looks a bit scary with king here. Because where do you go? King here, you lose the rook. She cannot go back and forth. Unless she does because she thinks she's going to lose otherwise. But then she loses the match. She might go back and forth because of this. No, she's going down. There we go. Mom keeps fighting. I mean, she's basically saying, I will not resign the match. If I lose the game, I will lose the game. So that is what she's saying. And I respect that. She's probably going to lose the game. Yeah. She's probably going to lose the game, but I respect that she's not going for the insta draw. She's fighting. She needs to now just play fast. 40 seconds. She cannot think now. Mom, play a move. Play a move, play a move, Mom. Just play any move. Yeah. Draw. Draw. Oh well, 2 draws against Wenjun. Obviously not bad, but it's a difference of 2 points. It's a difference of 2 points from winning before and then this. All right, 2 draws versus Wenjun. Mom has drawn so many games this tournament. It's just a pity that she didn't win the previous game. That is the only pity. This, you know, it's what it is. It is what it is. Black wins, draw, whatever. It is what it is. The pity was the previous game. This is not the pity. So yeah. Chat, give my mom some love. Heart in chat for mom. She has fought like crazy. She's probably going to be sad. I will see if she wants to come. If she's really upset, she might not join the stream. And then we respect that and we send her love for tomorrow. And I'm going to give her chocolate after this. Because it's a very difficult thing. And I know this myself. When I lose, or she didn't lose, right? But she's very upset about the previous move, I'm sure. When you're upset about a mistake you've made, like the last thing in a way you want to do is talk about that mistake with a lot of people. So there is, you know, a chance that she might not join, but we will try to get her to join, okay? We will try to get her to join. So big heart in chat for mom. I will show this to her later. Let's see, did she leave the playing hall yet? There's no delay or anything, so she could join here at any point. Does draw add to her FIDE? Yeah, she is gaining rating this tournament. Guys, my mom has drawn 3 3 much stronger rated players than her. 3. She hasn't lost a single classical game. She's drawn 3 really strong players. She's performing way above her rating. She's playing way above her rating. She's had 2 games where she's been winning. Today and the first game, she was +4 out of the opening the first game against, one of the best chess players in the world. Today, she was winning against the women's world chess champion. She's playing so well. It's these tiny nuances at the very end that's making her draw instead of win, but she's playing so well. And let's just not forget the fact that, my mom is double the age than some of these people. She's by far the oldest person here, and she's fighting like crazy. I am so proud of her. I am so proud of my mom. And yeah, she's amazing. She's playing so well. It's crazy. It's insane. It's insane. She's playing so well. And she's the lowest rated in this whole tournament. My mom is by far the lowest rated in this tournament. Everybody here is number 3 in the world, number 2 in the world, number 7 in the world. My mom is number 30 something in the world. But she's coming here and she's drawing these players and she's playing really well. And I'm really proud of her. And I'm really happy for her. So I think also, coming into today, she would have been very happy with this result. I think in a way, not that she was expecting to lose before, but she was playing Wenjun, the strongest player in this tournament. I don't think she was in any way expecting to win. The problem was just the fact that she realized instantly that she could have won. And that is, I think, what hurts. I think that is what hurts. So, yeah. It's a little bittersweet, but I think the most bittersweet part is the fact that she saw it 5 seconds after she made the move. I think that is the most bittersweet part. There's probably going to be a lot of interviewers that are going to try to get a hold of my mom right now. There's so many different channels over here that want to as soon as a player finishes, they just go bum. They just want to get an interview with this person. So she might take those interviews first, especially considering the fact that she had one of the most exciting matches in a way because of the fact that she was winning before. But then after that, she might join us. I mean, I'm also one of the interviewers that, want to get a hold of her, but I'm also her daughter, okay? I'm also her daughter. I don't know what else to say. I don't really have any other thing to say. But yeah. I'm very happy for her. Very, very happy for her. And I'm going to give her a big hug. And also, I am making recaps of these games. I'm going to be making a recap of today's match versus Wenjun, which is going to be posted tomorrow before the next round. So if you didn't have time to watch the whole game, if you want to get a little bit more of a concise analysis of the game with clips of my mom, with clips of stuff that I've filmed, it's going to be up on my YouTube channel tomorrow. So check that out. I'm going to be doing recaps every day is the plan. Unless none of you watch the recaps. But if you watch the recaps, I'll be doing recaps every single day. No, I'm kidding. I'll do recaps. But please watch them. That'll be fun. So yeah. Are there more games tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow we are going to be back at the same time as today, 5 p.m. CEST. That's when the next round will be starting. I'm not sure exactly who my mom is playing tomorrow, but she's playing someone strong like everybody. So tomorrow we will be having the next round that we will be following. I'm going to be live streaming every single one of my games that my mom is playing. Every single one of the games that my mom is playing. So every single one of them, you guys are going to be able to catch live over here in this channel. Recaps every single day. Everything. The first free or rest day is in 2 days. So tomorrow we have a round. Then the day after it's a rest day. And then we come back June 1st with the round after that. Galopterix, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for all your subs. Thank you so much for all your support for your mom. It means, it means so much to see so many of you watching. And my mom is here. My mom is here. Way, my mom is here. Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom.
Hi.
I am live right now, just so you know. Okay, so, Mom, you can take the chair if you want to.
Yeah, okay.
You don't.
Are we going to look at the game because then I need my glasses?
Do you want to look at the game? We don't need to look at the game. If you
No,
don't
I
want to.
prefer we don't.
No, we don't look at the game then, Mom. It's
Okay.
game is over. I just wanted to ask you, Mom, how are you feeling?
No, I'm fine. I'm a little bit tired, a little bit upset that I didn't take the chance I got. But otherwise, I'm very happy with the result.
Yeah.
Because somehow it went wrong for me. And then it looked like she had something, but then I equalized.
You played so well that game.
When I played this plan in knight to rook a2, but then I went with the wrong way with my king. My king should be on e1. I went with my king. She pushed my king to the king side.
Did you see King E1 or did you not really?
Yeah, king e1 was the first move I wanted to play, but then I decided I give it a fourth, and then I thought king f2 was better. But king e1 is the normal move because my king need to be close. I was a little concerned about rook d3, but I should probably just take the pawn because I'm much more active, and it's a little bit like in this endgame I'm playing with 3 active pieces: my king, my rook, and my knight. And she has only her rook and her knight, and her king is so far away. So I should stay with the king in the center. So that was my mistake.
Yeah, but Mom, you played such a good game. Like that whole game was so good. But then and then I was gonna did you ever consider, we were looking at rook b7 and rook a6?
I played rook a6 in the
You played rook a6. Did you were you looking at rook b7 as well, and then you just decided rook a6 was better?
I wanted to force, because this is more forceful. Maybe rook b7 is good, and do you want me then to play with h4, h5?
No, I don't want you to play anything, Mom. I'm just wondering. Yeah, the idea was rook b7 and then g4, h4, and then play this kind of plan.
Yeah, because I have this mate idea to play to keep the rook.
Very little battery. Okay, I will go back to the other one. Do you guys hear me? Let's see. I guess you guys hear us now very quickly. Okay, guys, I don't have a lot of battery on my phone because I've been charging my microphones. I will have this a better setup tomorrow. I am sorry about this, but we'll do this very quickly. Mom, yeah, you were saying, yeah, that's what we're looking at. We don't have much battery. But Mom, how were you feeling when you went to Armageddon after the first game? Were you feeling very upset?
I was upset, but also I was thinking, I was under pressure the whole game with my king on h3 and her pawns, and then I would have been very happy with the draw. So it was just one move, and chess is like that. You can play very, very well, and you make one blunder, and then if the opponent take it, it's all gone. But no, I'm not really very, very upset because I was under such pressure, and I was very happy with the draw. But of course, when the chances come, I have to take them. That's important.
Yeah, no, but you also realized it immediately. Like one could see on your face, you saw it immediately.
Yeah.
But you probably weren't expecting her to make a blunder like that.
No, and this is because she made this, lots of time we do, that we calculate some moves, we make them immediately. And I also made it. When she played this 91, I went like this, and I took on c4, and of course, I should have just calmed down because I have some minutes. If I would have had more time, I would absolutely play more slowly. But I also made this because it's so important that after each move that you look up with new eyes, because there can always be something. You should always calculate first the forcing moves, and that is check. That is check.
Checks captures attacks, everybody. This is what literally everyone says. But then it's so easy at any level to forget because you just think that you know what's going on, but then you just miss something. So
Yeah.
checks, captures, and attacks. That's
Absolutely.
But Mom, people were so amazed by you. Chat, can we get another wave of hearts so that everybody can see it? People were so amazed by you, and people were so supportive, and people thought it was so fun to see you play, and they thought it was so impressive. Look at that, Mom. Look at all the hearts.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Look at all those hearts. There's so many hearts. Big wave of hearts. Look at that.
Wow.
You see how many people are supporting you?
That is amazing.
People were so impressed. So, once again, we are going to be coming back tomorrow, and we will be following your journey. You know, no matter how it goes, it's going to be so fun to look at all your games. And yeah, it's amazing that you're playing so well.
It's so nice to be here also.
Yeah.
To play.
Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it very, very much. I'm so happy to get to play this tournament, to play with all these strong players. And I haven't played with them for some time. You knew the last time I played with her was in the Grand Prix. I think it's 5 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, and it was in Lausanne. But there is some time back because my rating has dropped, so I don't play these top events. But here I am, and I'm just so happy for it.
You don't play these top events, but then you come here, and then nobody can beat you so far. No, but that's fun. And now I'm here too. I was so scared, Mom, that you were gonna lose today. That the first time that I come here, you lose, and I bring the bad luck. And I thought Mom will probably want me back home then, because he plays so well when I'm not here. And then I was really happy when you didn't lose, because I was really scared that I was gonna be like the bad luck coming in.
But it's not like that. Also because today I played against a woman world champion, so she's just a very, very strong player. And she's a very good fighter. She kept on playing. She found these very, very beautiful ideas when I went wrong with the king.
But even she blundered like that, you know?
Yeah, so we are all human, and that's quite nice to see. I like that because I blunder sometimes. Now and then, you see, I didn't take my chance, but also I sometimes blunder. And it's also nice to see that these strong players also can blunder.
The woman world chess champion can blunder.
Yeah, anyone can blunder.
Yeah. Okay, well, we are going to get some rest, and with rest I mean that I'm going to film my video, and then I'm going to get some food. But thank you so much, everybody. I'm also going to charge my camera because I'm scared it's going to turn black again. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out over here today. I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. CEST for the next round. Round 4 of Norway Chess. We'll be following my mom's tournament. My dad also coming in here and there for commentary. It was very fun. Dad, do you want to say bye as well? It's there. The camp. No, Dad.
Bye.
No, you need to be closer.
Okay. Bye for everyone.
There we go. Okay. Whole family's here. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Thanks for hanging out over here. And I will see you tomorrow. Also, I need to, who is live right now? Let me send over an amazing raid. Do not go anywhere. We're going to send over an amazing raid. Maybe we'll send over a raid to maybe Chess24 because they're broadcasting this as well. I'll give them a little bit of extra support. Whoops. Okay. All right. Oh, they're ending. Okay, they'll send over a raid to someone else. Bye. Take care. See you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out over here. Bye-bye, chat. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wait.